The whispering grove seemed to hold its breath as Amin and Coal approached the ancient stone, its surface etched with symbols that pulsed like a heartbeat. Coal's collar flared suddenly, a sharp heat searing Amin's palm as he reached out, and the dog growled low, his fur bristling. The trees around them shivered, their leaves flickering with ghostly blue light, and faint, glowing spots appeared on the forest floor like scattered stars.
What is this place?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra's vines coiled tighter around her arms, their glow intensifying.
This is where the first guardian made his vow.
She said, her tone reverent.
The stone remembers. It remembers every choice, every sacrifice.
Amin's fingers trembled as he traced the symbols, and a vision bloomed in his mind. A young Lin Liuman standing beside the same stone, her hands trembling as she pressed them to its surface. Asterisk.
I won't let him suffer like I did.
Asterisk, she whispered, her voice echoing through time. Coal's growl deepened, his eyes locked on the tree behind them, where a faint outline of a paw print shimmered in the bark.
Coal,
Ami murmured.
what are you seeing?
The dog's collar flared again, and the spirit's beak, stone in Amin's pocket, grew warm, its surface humming with a voice that was not his own. Asterisk.
The bond is not just a promise, it is a choice.
Asterisk. Amin's heart pounded as he realized the stone was not just a relicit, was a mirror, reflecting the weight of the past and the path ahead. Lyra stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the glowing spots.
The forest is showing you the truth,
She said.
but the truth is not always easy to bear.
Amin looked at Coal, who now stood motionless, his tail stiff, as if waiting for a command only he could hear. The air thickened, and the symbols on the stone shifted, revealing a new pattern that mirrored the markings on Coal's collar. Amin's breath caught. This was no coincidence. This was a message, a call to something deeper than he had ever imagined. As Amin and Coal stepped into the hidden alcove, the air grew thick with an eerie stillness that made the trees seem to hold their breath. Coal's collar suddenly heated up, its silver glow intensifying until it pulsed like a heartbeat. And the ground beneath them shimmered with faint glowing spots that looked like constellations fallen from the sky. Amin crouched, brushing his fingers against the earth, and the spots flared brighter, revealing a pattern that mirrored the swirling symbols on the heart tree. Coal growled low, his fur bristling as he turned his head toward an ancient gnarled tree at the alcove's edge, its bark cracked and darkened as if it had swallowed the light.
What is this place?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra's vines flickered with a golden light as she stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the glowing spots.
This is where the first guardian's memory lingers.
She said, her voice hushed.
The forest doesn't just remember it. Asterisk holds asterisk memories like a wound that never heals. Your grandfather's bond with his pet was so strong it left a mark here. But this is different. It's not just a memory, it's an asterisk, promise asterisk.
Amin's breath caught as he looked at Coal, who was now staring intently at the ancient tree, his tail stiff and his ears flattened.
What promise?
Amin asked, his voice trembling. Lyra hesitated, then reached out, her fingers brushing against the glowing spots.
The one made between a guardian and their pet,
She said.
but also between the pet and the forest itself. If the bond is broken, the forest remembers, and it never forgets.
Coal's collar flared again, and the ground beneath them trembled, as if the earth itself were stirring. Amin's mind raced, recalling the stories his grandfather had told him about the guardian beast and the star spring. Had the promise been about protecting the spring, or something else entirely? He turned to Lyra, his voice urgent.
If the forest remembers, then what happens if the promise is kept?
Lyra's expression darkened.
The forest becomes a bridge. But if it's broken,
She didn't finish. Coal let out a low, warning growl, and the glowing spots on the ground began to shift, forming a path that led deeper into the alcove. Amin swallowed hard, his heart pounding.
we have to follow it.
He said, his voice steady despite the fear curling in his chest.
If this is the memory of the first guardian, then maybe it holds the answer to everything.
Lyra nodded, her vines pulsing with a quiet resolve.
Then let's see what the forest has to say.
As they stepped forward, the ancient tree groaned, its branches creaking as if in protest, and the air grew colder, thick with the weight of secrets long buried. Amin knelt in the damp earth of the whispering grove, his fingers trembling as he pressed them to Coal's fur, the dog's body shivering against his chest. Rain had begun to fall, the droplets clinging to the leaves above, and the air smelled of moss and old secrets. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, its silver glow a faint echo of the heart tree's light, and Amin whispered,
Easy, boy, I'm here.
his voice thick with the weight of memories. He remembered the night Lin Lumen had vanished, how Coal had howled in the storm, his paws digging into the mud as if to anchor himself to the world. Now, as the dog's breath hitched beside him, Amin felt the same ache of helplessness, but this time he held on tighter.
You're not alone anymore.
He murmured, his thumb tracing the scar on Coal's flank, a mark from the battle that had nearly claimed them both. Lyra's voice broke through the rain.
The forest tests not just strength, but trust.
Amin looked up, his eyes meeting hers, and in that moment he saw the same determination in her gaze that he had seen in his grandfather's.
I won't let you down.
He said, his voice steady, and Coal's tail thumped once against the ground, a silent promise. The rain fell harder, but the trees around them seemed to lean closer, as if listening. Amin's mind echoed with his grandfather's words. Asterisk.
The bond is a choice.
Asterisk he turned to Coal, his heart pounding.
What if I fail?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Coal's eyes met his, and for a moment Amin thought he saw a flicker of understanding, as though the dog knew the weight of the legacy they now carried. Lyra stepped forward, her vines glowing softly.
The forest doesn't demand perfection.
She said.
It demands courage.
Amin swallowed hard, his fingers tightening around Coal's fur.
Then let's show it what we're made of.
Coal's collar flared brighter, and the rain seemed to pause, as if the grove itself held its breath. Amin's fingers trembled as he pressed his palm against the heart tree's bark, the warmth seeping into his skin like a memory long buried. Coal's collar pulsed in sync with the spirit, speakstone in his pocket, its silver light flickering like a heartbeat. Rain had begun to fall, soft and insistent, turning the forest floor into a mosaic of dark, glistening leaves. He knelt, pulling Coal close, the dog's fur damp and trembling against his chest.
It's okay.
He whispered, his voice muffled by the rain.
I'm here.
Coal's nose nuzzled his throat, a small whine escaping him, his tail curling around Amin's leg like a lifeline. The storm had broken just as the heart tree's hum deepened, a sound that resonated in Amin's bones. He remembered the night then Leoman had vanished, the way Coal had howled into the storm, his collar glowing so brightly it had lit the entire valley. Now, as the rain soaked through his clothes, Amin felt the weight of that memory again, the fear of losing Coal clawing at his chest.
You're not alone anymore,
he murmured, his hand brushing the dog's ears. Coal licked his chin, his eyes reflecting the silver glow of the tree, and Amin knew this bond was older than the forest itself. Lyra's voice cut through the rain.
The forest is testing you, Amin. Not just your strength, but your willingness to carry the past.
She stepped forward, her vines curling around the tree's roots, their bioluminescent light casting shadows that danced like memories.
Your grandfather chose to protect the valley, but he also chose to let go. Can you do the same?
Amin's jaw tightened.
I don't know what that means.
He said, his voice raw.
I just know I can't lose him again.
Lyra's expression softened.
Then, listen.
She gestured to the tree, and the symbols on its bark flared, their glow intensifying. Coal barked sharply, his collar flaring brighter, and Amin felt the spirit speak stone vibrate against his palm.
The first guardian's choice wasn't just about sacrifice.
Lyra continued.
It was about trust. Trust that the bond between guardian and pet could outlast even the darkest storms.
Amin's mind raced as the symbols shifted, revealing a new pattern. His grandfather's voice echoed in his mind, steady and resolute. Asterisk.
The bond is not a chain, it's a bridge. You must choose whether to cross it or let it carry you.
Asterisk Coal's whine turned into a low, mournful howl, and Amin felt his heart split in two. He had spent years trying to protect Coal, to keep the past from repeating itself. But now the forest was demanding something else.
What if I'm not strong enough?
He asked, his voice cracking. Lyra's vines pulsed with a golden light.
Strength isn't about power, it's about love. And love isn't about never letting go.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was now staring at him with eyes that mirrored his own fear.
You're not just my pet.
He whispered.
You're my family.
Coal's tail wagged slowly, his nose pressing against Amin's hand, and for the first time Amin understood. The legacy of the first guardian wasn't about duty. It was about choosing to stay, no matter the cost. As the rain fell harder, the heart tree's hum turned into a song, a melody that wove through the forest like a thread of light. Amin felt the spirit speak stone warm against his skin, its glow merging with Coal's collar. The symbols on the tree shifted again, forming a new image. A boy and a dog standing at the edge of a storm, their hands clasped together. Amin's breath caught. This was his grandfather, his father, and the first guardian beast. The vision faded, but the song remained, and Amin knew the path ahead would not be easy. The forest had given him a choice, and he would have to decide whether to follow the legacy or forge his own. With Coal at his side, he took a step forward, the rain washing away the fear, leaving only the certainty of the bond that had carried them this far. Amin and Coal stood before the hidden alcove, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient wood. The trees leaned in as if listening, their shadows stretching unnaturally in the fading light. Coal's tail was still, his dark eyes fixed on the ground where a faint silver glow pulsed. Amin crouched, brushing aside moss until his fingers met something cool and smooth, a small, carved stone, its surface etched with the same swirling patterns as the heart tree.
You found it.
He murmured, turning it over in his palm. Coal's collar flared, and the spirit-speak stone in Amin's pocket grew warm. Lyra's voice cut through the silence.
The memory of the first guardian isn't just a place, it's a test. Only those who understand the bond between guardian and pet can see what lies ahead.
Amin looked up, his breath catching as the ground shimmered.
What if I'm not ready?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra's vines pulsed and the totem in her hands glowed.
You've already chosen.
She said softly.
The forest has chosen you.
Amin's mind raced. He had always known his grandfather had been a guardian, but now the weight of that legacy pressed against his chest. He looked at Coal, who was still staring at the ground, and suddenly understood. This wasn't just about the past, it was about the choice he would make now. The vision began. His grandfather stood before the heart tree, his hands outstretched, as the guardian beast beside him glowed with silver light. Asterisk.
The bond is not just a promise.
Asterisk Amin's grandfather said. Asterisk.
It is a responsibility, and it is not just for the guardian, it is for the pet as well.
Asterisk. The vision shifted, showing Lin Lehman standing beside them, her voice trembling. Asterisk.
I won't let him suffer like I did.
Asterisk, she whispered. Asterisk.
I'll protect him, no matter what.
Asterisk Amin gasped, the vision fading as the ground beneath him solidified. Coal nuzzled his hand, and Lyra watched him closely.
You've seen it.
She said.
The moment when Lin Ruman made her choice,
Amin swallowed hard.
she chose to protect Cole, even if it meant facing the same fate as her father.
Lyra nodded.
And now you must choose as well.
As the wind shifted, carrying the scent of rain and ancient wood, Cole's ears twitched, his tail stiffening as if sensing something unseen. Amin knelt beside him, brushing a stray leaf from the dog's fur. But Cole's gaze remained fixed on the alcove, where the silver light pulsed faintly. Amin's fingers brushed against the spirit, speak stone in his pocket, its warmth unfamiliar yet comforting, and he frowned.
You're acting like you've seen this before.
He muttered, watching Cole's nose twitch toward the ground. The dog suddenly darted forward, pawing at the earth, until a small weathered journal emerged, its leather cover cracked with age. Amin's breath caught Lin Leoman's journal, lost years ago.
You've been hiding this.
He whispered, his voice shaking. Lyra stepped closer, her vines dimming as she studied the journal.
The forest has a way of keeping secrets.
She said softly.
But some are meant to be found.
Amin's hands trembled as he opened the journal, his grandfather's handwriting sprawling across the pages. Asterisk.
The bond is not just a promise, it is a choice.
Asterisk Lin Shan had written. Cole nuzzled his hand, his collar glowing brighter, and Amin felt a surge of understanding.
You've always known.
He said, his voice thick with emotion.
Even when I didn't.
Lyra's eyes softened.
The forest chose you, Amin, not just as a guardian, but as a keeper of the legacy.
Amin looked at Cole, who now stared at him with unwavering loyalty, and a quiet certainty settled in his chest. The path ahead was no longer just about finding the star spring, was about honoring the promise made long ago, one that would shape their journey together. As Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the Mistwood Forest, the air thickened with an eerie stillness that made every breath feel heavy. The whispering grove's trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their bark etched with glowing runes that pulsed faintly in the dim light. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, its soft blue glow flickering in response to the forest's strange energy. Coal, ever vigilant, nuzzled Amin's wrist, his tail curling protectively around Amin's arm as if to say,
I'm here.
The trees whispered in a language neither could understand, their voices a low murmur that seemed to echo from the roots themselves. Amin's heart pounded as the path ahead twisted into a labyrinth of gnarled branches, the air growing colder with each step.
Stay close.
He whispered, his voice barely above a breath. Though the words felt unnecessary, Coal had already pressed closer, his fur bristling as if sensing the forest's unease. Suddenly, the trees shifted, their branches twisting into an intricate maze that blocked their way. Coal barked sharply, his voice echoing through the grove. But the trees only responded with a mournful hum, their leaves trembling as if in sorrow. Amin's mind raced, recalling old Zal's lessons about the forest's moods.
You're not alone.
He murmured, placing a hand on Coal's back. The dog's fur relaxed slightly, his collar pulsing brighter. Then a voice gentle and familiar whispered from the trees.
Trust in each other, and the path will reveal itself.
Amin blinked, realizing the voice was his own, reflected back by the grove. He turned to Coal, his eyes wide with understanding. Together they stepped forward, Amin guiding Coal, then Coal guiding Amin. The trees parted, revealing a narrow path lined with glowing petals that shimmered like stardust. As they walked, Amin felt a strange warmth in his chest, as if the forest itself was acknowledging their bond. At the path's end, a small clearing opened, where a woman in a green cloak stood, her hands outstretched.
You've passed the trial.
She said, her voice like rustling leaves.
But the forest has more to teach you.
Amin and Coal exchanged a glance, their bond stronger than ever.
What now?
Amin asked, his voice steady. The woman smiled, her eyes glinting with knowing.
Follow the light, and you'll find your answers.
As they stepped forward, Coal's collar pulsed again, its glow brighter than before, as if the forest had already accepted them. Amin knelt beside Coal, his fingers brushing against the dog's fur as he whispered.
You're my brave little warrior, aren't you?
Coal's tail wagged slowly, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the forest.
I don't know what's ahead.
Amin continued, his voice tinged with both fear and hope.
But I know I'll face it with you.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his breath warm against Amin's palm. Memories flooded Amin's mindaf, the day he found Coal shivering in a storm, his collar broken and his eyes hollow with fear. Amin had wrapped him in his coat, whispering promises of safety and companionship. Now, years later, Coal's trust in him was unshakable, and Amin felt a surge of gratitude.
You've always been my protector.
He murmured.
But now I'm yours too.
The woman in the green cloak, Sauki watched them with quiet approval.
The bond between owner and pet is a sacred thing.
She said, her voice gentle.
It's not just about trust. It's about understanding each other's fears and hopes.
Amin looked up, surprised.
How do you know that?
He asked. Zhaoqi smiled, her eyes glinting with the wisdom of someone who had seen many such bonds.
Because I've walked this path before, every pet and owner has their own story, and yours is just beginning.
She reached into her satchel, pulling out a small, heart-shaped leaf that glowed faintly.
This is a warm heart herb.
She explained, placing it in Amin's palm.
It carries the warmth of the owner, and it can soothe the pet's fears.
Amin hesitated before placing it on Cole's back. The dog let out a soft sigh, his fur relaxing as if the leaf had already begun to work its magic. Zhaoqi nodded in approval.
You're learning,
She said.
and that's the most important step.
As they continued deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and something older's, something forgotten. Amin's fingers brushed against Cole's collar, and the glow intensified. Then a rustling in the underbrush. Small Fox, its fur matted and eyes wide with fear, darted from the shadows.
Wait,
Amin called, his voice gentle. The fox froze, its tail twitching. Cole let out a low growl, but Amin raised a hand, signaling him to stay.
it's scared.
Amin whispered, crouching to the fox's level.
We're not here to hurt you.
The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its nose twitching as it sniffed Amin's hand. Amin reached into his pocket, pulling out a piece of dried meat he had saved from their last meal. The fox's eyes lit up, and it took the offering with trembling paws.
You're safe now.
Amin said, his voice soft. Cole's tail wagged slowly, his earlier tension melting away. Zhaoqi watched with a knowing smile.
Sometimes the forest tests us not just with trials, but with moments of compassion.
She said.
And sometimes the smallest creatures teach us the most.
As the fox disappeared into the trees, Amin felt a renewed sense of purpose. The forest was not just a place of challenges, it was a place of healing, where every bond, no matter how small, could make a difference. Amin's heart pounded as they pressed on, the trees growing denser, their branches weaving together to form a canopy so thick that only slivers of light filtered through. Cole's collar pulsed with a soft blue light, and Amin's fingers brushed against the worn leather. For a moment, the air around them shimmered, and a vision flickered before his eyes. A young girl, no older than Amin, standing before a towering tree. Her hands trembled as she placed a collar on a black-furred dog with silver star-like markings. Her voice echoed in his mind, soft and uncertain.
I'll come back for you.
The vision faded, and Amin staggered back, his breath unsteady.
That was Lin Leoman.
He whispered. Zhaoqi placed a hand on his shoulder.
The past is never truly gone.
She said.
It lingers in the bonds we form.
Cole nuzzled Amin's hand, his eyes filled with quiet understanding. As they pressed on, Amin felt a strange certainty growing within him. The past was not a burden, it was a bridge to the future. Amin and Coal stood in a Sundapot clearing where golden light filtered through the canopy, illuminating a patch of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. Aoki knelt beside them, her fingers tracing the glowing symbols on Coal's collar as if deciphering a secret language.
This is a memory color.
She said softly, her voice carrying the calm certainty of someone who had seen many such artifacts before.
It holds echoes of the past, but it's also a burden. It's important to remember that the past can't be changed, only understood.
Amin watched as Cole's ears twitched, his tail flicking lazily against the mossy ground.
Can it be fixed?
he asked, his voice tinged with the weight of unspoken fears. Zhao Qi smiled, reaching into her satchel and pulling out a small, heart-shaped leaf that shimmered like captured sunlight.
It can be nurtured, just like any bond.
She said, placing the leaf in Amin's palm.
But it's not something to be forced.
Amin hesitated, then pressed the leaf against Cole's back. The dog let out a soft sigh, his fur relaxing, as if the warmth of the leaf had soothed a hidden ache. Zhao Qi nodded in approval.
You are learning,
She said.
and that's the most important step.
Amin's thoughts drifted to the first time he had found Cole, shivering in a storm-battered alley, his collar cracked and dim. Back then, Amin had thought the dog was broken, but now he saw how the collar had been a part of him all along, a relic of a past that had shaped Cole's quiet strength. He pressed his forehead to Cole's, whispering.
You're not alone anymore.
Cole nuzzled him in return, his tail curling around Amin's wrist like a promise. As if sensing their bond, the clearing shifted. A rustling in the underbrush revealed a small rabbit, its paw caught in a thorny vine. Cole barked, alert, while Zhao Qi reached for a vial of glowing liquid.
Stay still.
She told the rabbit, her voice gentle. Amin knelt, carefully freeing the creature's paw as Zhao Qi applied a soothing balm. The rabbit hopped away, its small form disappearing into the trees.
You see,
Xiao Qi said, her eyes twinkling.
the forest tests you, but it also heals, and you're both learning to trust.
Amin looked at Cole, who was now watching him with a quiet intensity. The dog's collar pulsed faintly, as if in agreement. As Amin and Coal pressed deeper into the Mistwood Forest, the air thickened with an almost tangible tension, the trees leaning in like conspirators. Amin's boots sank into the mossy ground as he navigated a narrow path, Coal trotting beside him with a cautious but steady gait. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the trees, and a stream gurgled ahead, its waters glinting in the dim light.
We'll have to cross.
Amin muttered, crouching to examine the rocks. Cole sniffed the water, then barked, his tail wagging as if urging him forward. Amin chuckled.
You're not helping, Cole.
But the dog nudged his leg, and with a sigh, Amin stepped onto the first rock. The surface was slick, and his foot slipped. Cole lunged, catching his sleeve with his teeth.
All right.
Amin laughed, steadying himself. Together they inched across, Cole's paws sure-footed as he guided Amin step by step. When they reached the other side, Amin ruffled Cole's fur.
You are a better adventurer than I am.
He said, and the dog wagged his tail proudly. As they continued, the forest grew darker, the shadows stretching like claws. Then a low growl reverberated through the trees. Amin froze, heart pounding. As a massive figure emerged a guardian beast, its fur a storm of black and silver, eyes blazing with an eerie blue light. Cole barked sharply, his fur bristling, but Amin raised a hand.
You're not a threat.
He said, voice steady. The creature's growl softened, and it lowered its head. Amin's breath caught.
You're like Cole.
He whispered. The beast tilted its head, and the trees around them seemed to hum in approval as the creature stepped aside. Revealing a hidden path, Amin turned to Zhao Qi, who knelt beside a stone tablet etched with ancient symbols.
This speaks of a bond that must be protected.
She murmured. Amin traced the markings, his fingers trembling.
It's about Lin Loman.
he said, realization dawning. Jalki nodded, her voice gentle.
And it's about you, Amin. The past isn't a burden, it's a bridge to the future.
As the forest whispered its approval, Amin felt a strange certainty bloom in his chest, the weight of the journey ahead no longer daunting but purposeful. As Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the forgotten grove, the air grew thick with the scent of moss and something ancient, the trees pressing in like silent sentinels. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, its glow flickering in time with Amin's heartbeat. Suddenly the ground trembled, and a low hum resonated through the forest. Amin froze, his hand tightening around Coal's collar.
Stay close.
He whispered, but Coal's tail wagged excitedly, his nose twitching as if sensing something just beyond their reach. Amin's eyes widened as the trees shifted, their shadows stretching unnaturally. Then a shimmering light erupted from the underbrush. And a vision materialized, a young Lin Loman, her hands trembling as she placed a collar on a black-furred dog with silver star-like markings.
I'll come back for you,
She whispered, her voice trembling with resolve. The vision faded, leaving Ammon breathless.
That was Lian Leoman.
He stammered, his voice shaking. Zhao Qi, who had been silently observing, knelt beside him.
The past is never truly gone.
She said, her voice gentle.
It lingers in the bonds we form.
Amin looked at Coal, who nuzzled his hand with quiet understanding.
We have to keep going.
Amin said, his voice steadier now.
Together.
As they pressed on, the forest seemed to shift again, and a narrow stream appeared, its waters glinting with an otherworldly light.
Careful.
Amin warned, stepping into the shallows. Coal hesitated, then leaped forward, his paws slipping on the slick stones.
Easy.
Amin called, reaching out to steady him.
I've got you.
Coal barked, his tail wagging, as he scrambled to his feet. Just as they crossed, a rustling in the bushes made them freeze. A fox with fur like molten gold darted out, snatching Coal's collar.
No.
Amin lunged, but the fox vanished into the trees.
We'll get it back.
Xiao Qi said, her eyes gleaming with determination.
But first, we need to outsmart it.
Amin's heart pounded as he glanced at Coal, who stared at the empty space where the collar had been.
We'll find it.
Amin said, his voice firm.
Together.
Coal let out a low whine, then turned, his nose twitching as if following a scent. Amin followed, his hand brushing against Coal's collar, its glow now steady and bright. As Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the forgotten grove, the air thickened with the scent of damp earth and something something ancient. The trees here were not merely tall, but immense, their bark etched with symbols that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Coal's collar suddenly heated, sending a pulse of warmth through Amin's fingers, and the dog's ears twitched as he growled low at a gnarled tree whose roots twisted like skeletal fingers. Strange glowing spots flickered between the moss-covered stones, vanishing the moment Amin blinked.
Coal, what is it?
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the forest's hushed hum. The dog's tail stiffened, his eyes locked on the tree, as if it held a secret. Aoki knelt, brushing her fingers over the symbols.
These markings, they're not just decorative.
She murmured.
They're a language, a warning.
Amin's heart thudded.
A warning about what?
He asked. Zhao Qi's gaze met his, her voice steady.
about the bond between owner and pet. It's not just a connection, it's a legacy, one that's been tested before.
Coal let out a low whine, his collar pulsing again. Amin's breath caught.
You're not just a dog, are you?
He said softly. The forest seemed to hold its breath.
You're part of something much older.
Xiao Qi said, her eyes reflecting the glow of the symbols. As if in answer, the tree groaned, its branches shifting to reveal a stone tablet half buried in the earth. Paw prints, faint but unmistakable, were etched beside it. Amin's fingers trembled as he traced the markings, his mind racing.
This isn't just a story.
He said, his voice shaking.
It's a memory, a promise.
The wind stirred, carrying the scent of something forgotten, and the glowing spots reappeared, dancing like stars in the shadows. As Amin and Coal stepped deeper into the forest, the air thickened with an almost imperceptible hum, like the forest itself was breathing. Coal's fur bristled as he growled lowly at an ancient tree, its bark etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Amin's hand hovered near Coal's collar, which suddenly pulsed with heat, sending a jolt through his palm. Strange, bioluminescent spots flickered across the forest floor, vanishing as soon as they caught Amin's eye.
You're not alone.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling.
This place, it remembers.
Coal's growl softened, his ears twitching as he sniffed the air, his tail stiff but not aggressive.
The trial isn't just about trust.
Mr. Bai said, his voice echoing through the trees as if carried by the wind itself.
It's about understanding what the forest has already chosen for you. The bond between you and coal isn't new, it's ancient. The legends speak of a guardian who once walked these woods, a protector bound to a pet who became a legend. But legends are only stories unless you live them.
Amin's heart pounded as he glanced at Coal, whose eyes reflected the glowing spots on the ground.
What if the past is trying to reach us?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper.
What if this trial is a mirror?
Mr. Bai's smile was unreadable.
Then you'll see what you've always known but never understood.
Amin's mind raced, the collar's heat, the glowing symbols, the way Coal's growl had shifted from warning to curiosity. Was this a test of their bond or a revelation? He tightened his grip on Coal collar, feeling the warmth seep into his fingers. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Then, as if in answer, the trees parted, revealing a narrow path lined with glowing petals that pulsed in time with Coal's collar. Amin exhaled, his confusion giving way to a strange certainty.
We're not just here to pass a trial.
He murmured.
We're here to remember.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail wagging slowly as if agreeing. The path ahead shimmered, and the forest whispered its approval. As the forgotten grove's canopy thickened, Amin knelt beside Coal, who shivered slightly, despite the warmth of the glowing petals around them. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and ancient secrets. And Amin's fingers traced the worn leather of Coal's collar, its soft blue light pulsing in time with his own heartbeat. Coal's head rested on Amin's knee, his eyes closed, his breath steady, until a sudden rustle in the underbrush made him jolt upright, ears twitching. Amin pulled him closer, wrapping an arm around the dog's trembling frame.
It's okay.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the forest's hushed whispers. Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist like a promise. And for a moment, the world outside the grove faded into nothingness. The rain had long since stopped, leaving the earth damp and the air thick with the scent of petrichor. But here, in this hidden corner of the forest, time felt suspended. Amin's fingers tightened around Coal's fur, and the dog let out a soft sigh, his weight pressing against Amin's chest as if to say, I'm here always. Zhao crouched beside them, her silver device humming softly as she examined the stone tablet.
This message,
she said, her voice low,
was left by the first guardian. It speaks of a bond that must be protected no matter the cost.
Amin's eyes flickered to Coal, who was now watching her with an intensity that made his fur bristle.
But what does that mean?
Amin asked, his voice tinged with unease. Zhao hesitated, then reached into her satchel, pulling out a vial of shimmering liquid.
It means the bond between you and Coal is more than just companionship,
she said, holding the vial out.
It's a legacy, a responsibility.
Coal's collar pulsed brighter, and Amin felt a strange warmth in his chest, as if the forest itself was urging him to listen.
You've already protected him.
Xiao Qi continued.
But now you must protect the memory of that bond.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was now watching him with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of stories.
I will,
he said, his voice steady. Coal let out a low whine, his tail wagging slowly, and Amin felt a surge of determination. Amin's thoughts spiraled as the vision of Lin Yoman flickered before him, a girl no older than himself, her hands trembling as she placed a collar on a black-furred dog with silver star-like markings. Asterisk.
I'll come back for you.
Asterisk, she whispered, her voice echoing in his mind. The image was so vivid, so real, that Amin felt as though he were standing beside her, watching the moment unfold. He could see the fear in her eyes, the weight of the collar as it settled on the dog's neck, the way the dog's ears flicked in confusion before settling into a quiet, loyal gaze. Amin's chest tightened. Asterisk. This is my past. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, my bond with Coal. But it's also Lin Loman's. Asterisk. He wanted to reach out, to touch the girl, to tell her that he would come back for her, that he would protect the memory of their bond. But the vision faded, leaving only the hum of the forest and the soft glow of Coal's collar. Amin's fingers tightened around the dog's fur, his heart pounding. Asterisk, if I lose this bond. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, if I fail to protect it, what will become of us? Asterisk, the weight of the legacy pressed down on him, but alongside it was a quiet certainty. He would not let it fade. A low growl rippled through the grove, and the trees seemed to shudder as a massive shadow emerged from the underbrush. A guardian beast, its fur like storm clouds and eyes burning with eerie blue light, stepped forward, its form mirroring Coal's but far larger, more imposing. Coal's collar flared brightly, and Amin felt the air between them crackle with energy.
You're not a threat.
Amin said, his voice steady, despite the pounding in his chest.
You're a guardian, just like Coal.
The creature's growl softened, its massive head lowering, as if in acknowledgement. Amin's hand found Coal's back, his fingers pressing gently against the dog's fur. Coal let out a low whine, his tail stiffening, but he did not move away. The guardian beast stepped aside, revealing a narrow path lined with glowing petals. Amin exchanged a glance with Zhao Qi, who nodded, her expression unreadable.
The path ahead will test you.
She said, her voice barely above a whisper.
But you're not alone.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was now watching him with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of the world.
We're not alone.
Amin said, his voice firm.
We're together.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail wagging slowly, and as they stepped forward, the forest seemed to exhale, its ancient whispers fading into the silence of the unknown. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the forest's shadowed heart, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient secrets. The guardian beast's storm-cloud fur rippled like restless waves, its blue eyes piercing through the gloom. Coal's fur bristled, his tail stiff as he barked a low warning, but Amin stepped forward, his voice steady despite the tremor in his chest.
You're not a threat.
He said, his hand brushing Coal's back.
You're a guardian, just like him.
The creature's growl softened, its massive form lowering as if considering his words. Amin's fingers tightened on Coal's collar, its glow pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. He remembered the night after the Whispering Grove's trial, when rain had lashed the forest and Coal had trembled in his arms, his breath warm against Amin's neck.
I'll always be here.
Amin had whispered then, and now. The words echoed in the silence between them. The guardian beast let out a low, resonant hum, and the trees around them shuddered as if exhaling. Zhao Qi knelt beside the stone tablet, her voice hushed as she traced the ancient symbols.
This speaks of a bond that must be protected,
She murmured.
even when the world forgets.
Amin's eyes burned with understanding. He turned to Coal, who nuzzled his palm, his tail curling around Amin's wrist in a silent vow. The past was a bridge, not a burden. And as the guardian beast stepped aside, revealing a hidden path, Amin felt the weight of generations pressing against his chest.
We're not alone.
He whispered, and the forest seemed to answer with a rustling sigh. As Amin and Coal stepped deeper into the forgotten grove, the air thickened with the scent of moss and something older, something that made Coal's fur bristle and his collar pulse with an urgent blue glow. The dog's ears twitched, his gaze fixed on a patch of earth where a faint shimmer glowed beneath the roots of an ancient tree. Amin, his fingers brushing against the worn leather of Coal's collar, noticed how the dog's tail stiffened. As if sensing something invisible, he crouched, brushing away leaves to reveal a small, tarnished pendant buried in the soiled surface etched with the same star-like markings that had appeared in the vision.
Kong!
Amin murmured, his voice tinged with wonder.
You found this.
The dog let out a low whine, nudging the pendant toward him with his nose. Zhao Qi, who had been watching silently, stepped forward, her eyes narrowing at the pendant.
This is a relic of the first guardian.
She said, her voice barely above a whisper.
It was thought lost after Lin Liuman vanished.
Amin's breath caught. He had always believed the pendant was a myth, a story passed down in fragments now. It lay in his hands, warm and pulsing with a light that seemed to hum in time with Coal's collar.
You've been protecting this all along.
He whispered, his fingers trembling as he held it. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. As if understanding the weight of the moment, Amin's mind raced. Had Coal known all along? Had the bond between them been guiding him here to this hidden truth? The forest seemed to hold its breath, the trees leaning closer as if listening.
You're not just a guardian.
Amin said softly, his voice steady now.
You're a bridge between what was and what's to come.
Coal's tail wagged slowly, a quiet affirmation, and the pendant's light flared brighter, illuminating the path ahead. As Amin and Coal stood at the forest's edge, the air shimmered with an eerie luminescence, casting long shadows that danced between the towering trees. Coal's ears twitched, his dark eyes fixed on a patch of undergrowth, where a faint glint caught the light. Amin, clutching the memory collar tightly, noticed how the dog's tail remained still, an unusual quietness in his usually alert posture. Then, with a sudden deliberate motion, Cole dug his paws into the moss and unearthed a small weathered pendant, its surface etched with the same star-like markings as his collar. Amin knelt, his breath catching as he recognized the Symbala mark he'd seen in old sketches of Lynn Leomann's journal.
"You've been waiting for this,"
He murmured, his voice tinged with awe. Jauki, who had been observing silently, tilted her head.
"That pendant belonged to the first guardian."
She said, her tone soft but firm.
"It's a key, I mean, not just to the past, but to understanding why Cole's collar still glows."
Ammon's fingers trembled as he traced the pendant's edge, his mind racing. He glanced at Cole, who nuzzled his hand with a quiet certainty, as if urging him forward. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the glowing petals lining the path, pulsing in rhythm with the collar's light. Then a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying the scent of rain and something older's, something forgotten. Amin's heart pounded as he realized the pendant was not just a relic. It was a map, a guide to the truth hidden in the heart of the forest.
"You've always known."
He whispered, his voice breaking. Cole's tail wagged slowly, his eyes reflecting the glow of the pendant, as if he, too, had been waiting for this moment. The path ahead shimmered, the trees parting as if acknowledging their bond. Amin tightened his grip on the pendant, his resolve hardening. The past was no longer a shadow, it was a bridge, and he was ready to cross it. Amin tightened his grip on Cole's collar as the path through Mistwood Forest twisted into a labyrinth, each of gnarled roots and whispering pines, the air thick with the scent of damp moss and distant rain, etc. O's fur bristled as he sniffed the air, his tail flicking in a silent warning. Amin's breath came in. Short gasps, the stories of vanished travelers, echoing in his mind, until Cole nuzzled his hand again. Pell nudge that said, asterisk, I'm here. Asterisk, the forest seemed to hold its breath as they reached. Echo Canyon the wind, howling like a chorus of ghosts. Amin stumbled as a sudden gust struck him, but see. O was already at his side, his bark a sharp asterisk stay. Asterisk that cut through the chaos. Amin closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, feeling Cole's chest rise and fall in sync, their unity softening the wind until it became a whisper. The canyon revealed a shivering stray cat beneath a rock, its eyes dew. With exhaustion, Cole padded forward, offering a scrap of food from his pouch. The cat hesitated. The ant crept closer, its body trembling. Amin knelt beside them, his heart swelling with quiet admiration. As terrorist, even in danger, he's still a protector. Asterisk, he thought, recalling the first time Cole had bounded into his life, a scruffy pup with a broken leg, now a steadfast companion as the wind stilled Min whispered asterisk. We're not alone. Asterisk, and Cole's tail curled around his wrist, a silent pro. Minds that no matter how treacherous the path, they would face it together, the canyon's shadows deepen. But the warmth of their bond glowed brighter than the dark. Amin's fingers trembled as he brushed against the resonance bell, its surface warm and smooth like polished silver. The canyon's wind howled around them, but the bell's glow softened the air, creating a cocoon of calm that seemed to shield them from the chaos of the world. Cole's ears twitched, his tail flicking in a rhythm that matched the bell's faint hum. Amin looked up at the woman in the Mistwood guardian's garb, her presence as steady as the ancient trees surrounding them.
This bell
She said, her voice like the rustle of leaves.
was forged by the first guardians to bridge the gap between hearts. It doesn't just. Chamit listens.
Amin's breath caught as he turned the bell over, his eyes locking onto the engraving of paw prints encircling a heart.
It's like it was made for us.
He whispered. The woman smiled, her kind eyes reflecting the bell's glow.
Yes,
She said,
but only if you're willing to listen.
Amin looked down at Cole, who was watching him with a quiet intensity, his fur still bristling from the wind. The stray cat, now nestled beside them, had stopped trembling, its dull eyes reflecting the bell's light. Amin's chest tightened as he thought of Lean Loman, of the countless nights he had sat by Cole's side, whispering stories of her disappearance. He had always believed that their bond would lead them to her. But now, as the bell pulsed with a warmth that felt like a promise, he wondered if the answer had been here all along. The woman stepped closer, her hand resting on Amin's shoulder.
You and Cole are already on the right path.
She said.
Just keep trusting each other.
Amin nodded, his fingers tightening around the bell. Cole tilted his head, his tail curling around Amin's wrist as if to say, Asterisk, I'm here. Asterisk. The wind howled again, but this time it felt less like a threat and more like a song that carried the echo of a girl's voice, faint but unbroken, whispering, Asterisk, I'll come back for you. Asterisk. As the sun dipped lower, casting golden light through the canopy, Amin and Coal stepped into a clearing where the guardian totem stood, its wooden surface etched with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with a quiet, ancient energy. The air shimmered and the totem's glow intensified as Coal's fur bristled, his tail twitching in anticipation. Amin hesitated, his fingers brushing the grooves of the wood, when a voice like wind through leaves called out.
Ah, the guardian totem. It is a relic of the first guardians, a symbol of the bond between human and beast.
The old man emerged from the shadows, his silver beard flowing like a river, his eyes gleaming with the weight of centuries.
Place your hands on it,
He urged.
and let your bond guide you.
Amin stepped forward, his heart racing, and as his palms met the totem, a surge of warmth coursed through him, his breath catching as the wood glowed with a golden light. Cole's tail curled around Amin's wrist. And for a moment the world faded, leaving only the two of them and the totem's radiant pulse. When the light dimmed, Amin looked down at his hands, now faintly glowing, and met Cole's eyes. This was a sign their journey was only beginning.
You and Cole are already on the right path.
The old man said, his voice a whisper of wind.
Just keep trusting each other.
Amin nodded, his resolve hardening, when a sudden rustle in the underbrush sent a flock of butterflies scattering. Coal barked his paws, quick on the ground, and Amin laughed, calling out,
Wait for me.
as he chased after him, the totem's glow guiding their way. Later, as they crossed a narrow stream, the water's surface shimmering with a strange silver light, Coal's paws landed on stones that glowed only when touched by his fur.
You're doing it.
Amin cheered, his voice echoing through the trees as Coal nudged him forward.
Trust me.
Coal seemed to say, his eyes gleaming with quiet determination, and Amin smiled, stepping onto the next glowing stone, the bond between them stronger than ever. Amin and Coal trudged through the whispering grove, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers, the trees rustling with voices that seemed to echo the past as they followed the narrow trail. Coal's tail swayed in a steady rhythm, his nose twitching at the faint scent of something old and forgotten. Amin's fingers brushed against the resonance bell in his pocket, its soft chime a reminder of the bond they had forged. Then, as if the forest itself had decided to test them, the trail narrowed into a thorny thicket, the brambles twisting like grasping fingers. Coal halted, his fur bristling, his eyes locked on the tangled vines.
We have to go through.
Amin murmured, crouching to inspect the thorns. Coal tilted his head, then nudged Amin's hand with his nose, a silent encouragement.
Okay.
Amin said, gripping his collar. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, his boots crunching against the undergrowth. The thorns snagged at his sleeves, and he winced as one caught his wrist. But Coal was there, his teeth gently tugging the vine away.
You're a lifesaver.
Amin said, laughing despite the tension. Coal wagged his tail, his eyes gleaming with pride. As they emerged from the thicket, the trail opened into a clearing where the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow. There, at the base of an ancient tree, sat the memory shell, its surface etched with a circular indentation that pulsed faintly. Amin knelt, his breath catching as he pressed his fingers against the stone. The mist rose, coalescing into the image of Lin, Luman, and her black-furred dog, the girl's voice echoing through the grove.
I'll come back for you.
Amin's heart pounded, his mind racing with questions. Before he could speak, a rustling in the underbrush drew his attention. Awen stepped into view, her silver pendant glinting in the dim light.
You found it.
She said, her voice soft but firm.
I've been searching for this memory for years. Lin Leoman vanished trying to reach the Star Spring, but the Oblivion Mist erased her path. If you're here, it means you're the only one who can help her.
Amin looked down at the memory shell, then at Coal, whose tail curled tightly around his wrist.
How?
He asked, his voice trembling. Awen's eyes met his, filled with quiet determination.
By remembering.
She said,
And by trusting the bond you built. The past isn't just a shadow, it's a guide.
As the words settled, a sudden gust of wind swept through the grove, carrying with it the scent of rain. Coal's fur bristled, his ears twitching as he turned toward the forest's edge. Amin followed his gaze, his heart pounding. The trees swayed, their leaves trembling as if in warning. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them trembled, a deep rumble echoing through the clearing. Amin's breath caught in his throat.
Coal!
He whispered.
What is that?
Coal didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, his paws pressing against the glowing fissure that had opened in the earth. A low, resonant growl filled the air, and Amin felt the ground shift beneath him. His mind raced with possibilities, his heart pounding as he realized the truth. Coal was not just a dog. He was a guardian beast, and the journey had only just begun. As Amin and Coal stepped into the whispering grove. The air thickened with an almost tangible hum, the trees swaying as if whispering secrets to one another. Coal's fur bristled as he growled low at an ancient tree whose bark shimmered with veins of silver light. And Amin felt the heat of an old collar around his wrist, his own, though he hadn't worn it in years, begin to pulse faintly. Strange, glowing spots flickered in the undergrowth, like fireflies caught in a web of mist, and the ground beneath their feet felt unnervingly warm.
Coal, what is it?
Amin asked, his voice barely a breath. Coal's ears twitched, his gaze locked on the tree. Then he padded forward, his paws leaving faint, glowing imprints in the moss. Awen, who had been silent until now, stepped beside them, her eyes narrowing at the glowing spots.
This grove is alive!
She said, her voice soft but firm.
Legends say it tests those who enter, rewarding kindness and punishing cruelty. But the real question is, why does your dog react to this tree?
Amin frowned, his mind racing. He had always thought Cole's strange sensitivity to ancient things was just a quirk, but now, as the tree's glow intensified, he wondered if there was more to his companion's past than he had ever known.
The grove doesn't just test you.
Alan continued, her gaze flicking to Cole.
It reveals what you've hidden, and I think it's time you faced what's been buried.
Amin's heart pounded as he glanced at Cole, who now stood before the tree, his tail low, his breath shallow. The glowing spots around them pulsed in time with the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if the grove itself was listening. Amin's fingers brushed against the collar on his wrist, its warmth seeping into his skin, and for the first time he felt a strange certainty. Whatever lay ahead, he and Cole would face it together. As they ventured deeper into the whispering grove, the air grew thick with an almost tangible tension. Strange, glowing spots flickered on the forest floor like scattered embers, casting an eerie light that made the trees seem to pulse with hidden life. Cole's fur bristled as he halted abruptly, his low growl vibrating through the air as he stared at an ancient tree whose bark was etched with symbols that seemed to shift when no one was looking. Amin's hand instinctively tightened around the spirit's speakstone in his pocket, its faint warmth a stark contrast to the cold dread creeping up his spine. Awen's voice cut through the silence.
That tree's older than the forest itself. Some say it's the resting place of the first guardian beast, a creature that once protected this land from the oblivion mist.
Amin frowned, his mind racing.
But why would Cole react to it?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Awen's eyes met his, her expression unreadable.
Because he's not just any pet, Amin. He's a part of that legacy.
As if to confirm her words, Cole's collar suddenly heated against Amin's palm, the metal humming with a resonance that felt both foreign and familiar. Amin's breath hitched.
What does that mean?
He asked, his voice trembling. Awen's gaze softened.
It means you're closer to the truth than you think.
Before Amin could respond, Cole turned sharply, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. A faint, metallic scent lingered in the grove, and the glowing spots on the ground pulsed in time with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Amin's mind reeled. Could this be a clue to Lindriaman's disappearance? To Cole's past? As he followed Cole toward the tree, the symbols on its bark began to glow, revealing a faint engraving of a paw print wound that matched the one on the resonance bell. Amin's heart pounded. This was no coincidence. It was a message, waiting to be understood. The whispering grove pulsed with an eerie stillness as Amin knelt beside Cole, who trembled in his arms, his fur damp from the sudden rain that had soaked the forest. The night air was thick with the scent of petrichor, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed like a warning. Coal's eyes, usually bright with quiet understanding, were clouded with fear, his small paws pressing against Amin's chest as if seeking anchorage.
It's okay.
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the storm, his hands tightening around the trembling dog. Coal nuzzled his palm, his breath warm against Amin's skin, and for a moment the world outside the storm faded, leaving only the two of them, the rain drumming a steady rhythm against the leaves. Memories of other nights off, Coal's quiet companionship during long journeys, of his steadfast presence when Amin had been lost flooded, Amin's mind a balm to his fraying nerves.
You're safe.
He murmured, his fingers combing through Coal's fur, the dog's shivering slowing as he leaned into the touch.
Always.
Arwen's voice cut through the storm, soft but urgent.
Amin, the fishery's not just a crack in the earth. It's a gateway. And Coal, he's the key.
Amin's breath hitched as he looked down at Coal, whose eyes now gleamed with an otherworldly light, the storm's fury momentarily forgotten.
What are you?
Amin asked, his voice trembling. Coal's tail flicked once, a silent answer, and the ground beneath them shuddered as the fissure widened, revealing a chasm that pulsed with ancient energy. Amin's heart pounded as he realized the truth. Coal was not just a guardian, but a bridge between worlds, and the bond they shared was the only thing standing between them and the unknown. Amin knelt beside the Oblivion mailbox, his fingers trembling as he opened the glowing envelope, the letter's words,
Coal, I'll come back for you.
echoed in his mind, intertwining with the memory of a rainy night. Years ago when Coal had shivered beside him, his fur matted with rain, his eyes dull with fever, Amin had wrapped him in his cloak, holding him close as thunder cracked overhead, their breaths mingling in the cold air. Coal had nuzzled his hand, his weak whine a soft plea for comfort, and Amin had whispered promises he wasn't sure he could keep. Now, as the letter's ink shimmered like fireflies, Amin felt the weight of that memory press against his chest.
You're not alone anymore.
He murmured, his voice cracking. Coal's tail curled around his wrist, his ears twitching as if listening to the past. Awen stood nearby, her gaze soft.
Lynn Rillman's words were a beacon,
She said,
but they're also a challenge. If you want to find her, you'll have to face the Oblivion mist.
Amin looked up, his heart pounding.
And if I fail, then the mist will erase more than just memories.
Awen replied.
A2L erased. You are bound with Coal.
Coal barked sharply, his fur bristling, as if daring the mist to come. Amin's breath caught. He had always known Coal was more than a dog, but now, as the mailbox glow pulsed in time with his heartbeat, he felt the truth settle in his bones. This journey was not just about finding Lynn Ruhlman. It was about proving that love could outlast even the deepest shadows. Amin knelt beside the bond of fruit, its golden glow casting flickering shadows across the forest floor, as Coal stood rigid, his ears twitching toward the distant rustle of leaves. The dog's tail, usually a steady rhythm of comfort, lay limp against the ground, his gaze fixed on a patch of moss where Amin's satchel had been left earlier. Amin's fingers tightened around the fruit's warm surface, its patterns shifting like liquid gold, when Coal suddenly darted forward, his paws digging into the earth as he unearthed the resonance bell from beneath a cluster of ferns. The bell's faint chime echoed through the grove, and Amin's breath-caught Coal had retrieved it without a word, as if it had always belonged to him.
You found it?
Amin murmured, his voice tinged with wonder. Coal tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the fruit's glow, before nudging the bell toward Amin with a gentle push. Awen, who had been watching silently, spoke softly.
That bell isn't just a relic. It's a bridge between what was and what could be. You're not just holding a memory, you're holding a choice.
Amin's heart pounded as he realized the fruit's warmth was not just from the wish tree, but from the bell itself, its chime now resonating with the same rhythm as Coal's heartbeat. He looked down at the dog, who was watching him with an intensity that made his chest ache. Asterisk? Is this what the bond feels like? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk, not just love, but something deeper, something that hums in the spaces between words. Asterisk, as the guide flowers bloomed around them, their petals glowing in sync with the fruit's light. Amin felt the forest itself holding its breath, waiting for him to take the next step. As Amin stood in the heart of the whispering grove, the air thick with the scent of blooming guide flowers, whose petals shimmered like silver stardust, Coal's ears twitched sharply, his gaze fixed on a patch of forest floor where a faint golden glow pulsed beneath the moss. Amin, still clutching the bond fruit in his trembling hands, glanced down at the fruit's swirling patterns, which seemed to mirror the flickering light in Coal's eyes.
You've always known the way.
Amen murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, recalling how Coal had led them through the treacherous Echo Canyon without hesitation. Awen, who had been silently observing, tilted her head.
That's not just instinct.
She said, her tone soft but firm.
That's a bond that transcends time. You're not just following Lin Laman's Tralio, continuing a legacy.
Coal's tail curled around Amin's wrist, his fur bristling as if sensing the weight of her words. Amin's heart pounded as he looked down at the fruit, its glow intensifying, and suddenly a memory surfaced. Lin Liuman's voice, echoing in the memory shell, her promise to return.
I'll come back for you.
She had said, and now, as the guide flowers bloomed in a perfect circle around them, Amin felt the truth settle in his chest. Coal had never been just a pet. He was a guardian, a bridge between past and present, and the fruit's light was a testament to the unbreakable bond they shared. Awen's voice broke the silence.
The forest is guiding you, Amin. Trust it, and trust him.
As the first petal of a gaib flower brushed against his cheek, Amin finally understood. This journey was never about finding Lin Liuman. It was about proving that love, like the bond between owner and pet, could outlast even the deepest shadows. The Echo Canyon stretched before Amin and Coal like a jagged winding tunnel of stone, its walls slick with mist that clung to the air like whispers as they stepped forward. The silence was broken by a faint distant sound, like a voice calling from the depths. Amin frowned, his pulse quickening. He had heard stories of the canyon's strange properties where every sound was amplified and twisted into something unrecognizable. Coal's tail stiffened, his ears twitching as he sniffed the air. The collar around his neck pulsed with a faint rhythmic glow, as if responding to the canyon's eerie hum. Amin crouched beside him, placing a hand on the dog's back.
We need to move carefully.
He murmured. Coal nodded, his eyes reflecting the dim light of the cavern as they ventured deeper. The end. Sound grew louder, more distorted. Amin's breath came in shallow gasps, and he instinctively reached for Coal's fur, trying to steady himself, but the canyon was no longer just a place. It was a test, a thud. and sharp cry echoed from the walls, and Amin stumbled backward, his heart pounding. Coal barked his voice, reverberating in the cavern, and the sound returned louder than before. Amin closed his eyes entirely. Entering deeply, he could feel the fear clawing at his chest, but he forced himself to focus on Coal's stead. While breathing slowly, he matched his own breath to the dog's rhythm, his heartbeat syncing with the steady rise and fall of Coal's chest. The canyon's cacophony softened the echoes, no longer a threat but a challenge to be overcome. As they moved forward, Amin caught sight of a figure standing at the canyon. Its edge, a woman in a long coat. Her eyes, filled with quiet determination, watched them with an express yarn that was neither welcoming nor hostile. She stepped forward, her presence as commanding as the yarn itself.
You'll need more than just courage to pass,
she said, her voice carrying the weight of the stone around them.
You'll need trust.
Amin turned to Coal, who met his gaze with unwavering loyalty. He nodded, and together they took the next step into the unknown.
You're not afraid, are you?
Amin asked as they paused near a cluster of ancient trees, their roots twisting like serpents through the stone. Coal's tail gave a small wag, his ears perking up as he sniffed the air.
Not if you're with me.
Amin replied, his voice steady, though his hands trembled slightly. He knelt to scratch behind Coal's ears. The dog's fur was soft and warm beneath his fingers. A memory surfaced in Amin's mind of the first time he had met Coal, the day the dog had limped into his life after a storm had washed him from the river bank. Then Amin had wrapped him in a blanket and held him close until the shivering stopped. Now the same warmth filled him as he pressed his forehead to Coal's neck.
I remember that day.
He whispered,
When you were scared and I didn't know what to do.
Coal's collar pulsed faintly as if in agreement. The woman stepped closer, her gaze sharp.
You'll need to find the hidden path.
She said,
But first, you must face what the canyon has to say.
as the echoes swelled around them. Amin felt a strange sense of anticipation. He turned to Coal, who was watching him with a quiet, knowing gaze.
We'll find it.
He said, his voice firm.
Together.
Coal's tail gave a small, approving wag, and the two of them took their first step forward into the unknown. The canyon's mist curled like smoke around Amin and Coal as they paused before Dr. Lien, her long coat blending with the shadows of the stone walls. Her voice was low and steady, carrying the weight of years spent unraveling the valley's secrets.
This place is a mirror.
She said, her dark eyes flickering toward the distant echo of the canyon.
It reflects the fears and doubts of those who enter. But if you wish to move forward, you must learn to listen, not just to the echoes, but to each other.
Amin's fingers tightened around the strap of his backpack, his gaze flicking to Coal, who stood motionless beside him, his collar pulsing faintly in the dim light. The dog's ears twitched as he sniffed the air, his tail curling slightly around Amin's leg.
We'll try.
Amin said, his voice firm, though his heart thudded with uncertainty. Dr. Leon's lips curved into a small, approving nod as she reached into her coat, withdrawing a worn journal bound in cracked leather.
This belonged to a researcher who disappeared here years ago.
She said, her voice softening.
She left behind a final note, something about a hidden path and a memory that must be remembered.
Amin's breath caught as he took the journal, its pages brittle and yellowed.
A memory?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Lian's expression softened.
Yes. And if you want to find the truth, you'll need to listen closely to what the canyon has to say.
As the echoes swelled around them, Amin felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning that tugged at the edges of his mind. He turned to Coal, who met his gaze with unwavering loyalty.
We'll find it.
He murmured, his voice steady.
Together.
Coal's tail gave a small, approving wag, and the two of them took their first step forward, the journal's pages fluttering in the canyon's breath. Amin's thoughts drifted to the first time he'd met Coal, a scruffy puppy with a collar that had glowed faintly in the moonlight. He'd been lost in the woods, his parents' voices fading into the distance, and Coal had found him, nuzzling his hand with quiet determination. That memory had shaped him, taught him that trust was not just a feeling, but a choice. Now, as the canyon's whispers curled around them, he felt that same quiet resolve stir within him. Dr. Lian's voice cut through his thoughts.
The path ahead is not just about finding the hidden trail.
She said.
It's about understanding why it was hidden in the first place.
Amin's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the journal again.
What do you mean?
He asked. Dr. Lian's gaze shifted to the distant echo, her expression unreadable.
The canyon doesn't just test courage.
She said.
It tests the weight of choices made long ago. And sometimes those choices are buried in the past, waiting to be remembered.
As the echoes swelled again, Amin felt a sudden tug in his chest, as if the canyon itself were urging him forward. He looked at Coal, who was watching him with quiet patience, and took a step deeper into the unknown. Moments later, a soft rustling broke the silence. Amin froze, his hand instinctively reaching for Coal's fur. From the shadows of the canyon's edge, a small creature emerged, a fox, with one paw injured, its fur matted with dirt. It hesitated, its amber eyes flickering between Amin and Dr. Lian.
It's hurt.
Amin said, kneeling slowly. The fox let out a small whine, its body trembling. Dr. Lian crouched beside him, her voice gentle.
We can help it,
She said.
but we'll need to move carefully. The canyon doesn't forgive those who rush.
Amin nodded, his fingers brushing against the fox's fur as he carefully lifted it. The creature let out a soft whimper, its body relaxing against him. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, as if sensing the fox's pain.
We'll take care of you.
Amin whispered, his voice steady. The fox's eyes met his, and for a moment the canyon's echoes seemed to fade, leaving only the quiet hum of trust between them. Amin and Coal crept deeper into the canyon, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something older, something watchful. The guardian totem loomed ahead, its wooden plaque etched with symbols that seemed to shift in the flickering light. Coal's collar pulsed rhythmically, a steady heartbeat that mirrored Amin's own as he crouched beside the totem, his fingers brushing against the worn surface. A sudden warmth surged through his hand, and the world around him blurred into a vision of Lin Yoman, her voice a whisper carried on the wind.
The bond must be unshakable.
Amin gasped, the vision dissolving as he stumbled back, his breath ragged. Coal nuzzled his leg, his eyes wide with concern, and Amin forced himself to steady his trembling hands.
We need to do this.
He murmured, his voice firm, despite the fear clawing at his chest. Dr. Lian's voice cut through the silence.
The totem will only respond if you are truly in harmony.
Amin looked at Coal, who met his gaze without hesitation, and with a deep breath he reached out, his fingers brushing the dog's fur.
We trust each other.
He said, and the totem flared with light, revealing a glowing path ahead. As they moved forward, a sudden rustle in the underbrush made Coal's ears twitch, and he barked sharply, his tail stiffening. Amin turned, his heart pounding, as a small fox darted between the rocks, its eyes gleaming with mischief.
Not now.
Amin muttered, but Coal's color pulsed, and the fox froze, its tail flicking before it vanished into the shadows.
You're amazing.
Amin whispered, his voice thick with awe, as he watched Coal's unwavering loyalty.
We'll find the truth.
He said, his resolve hardening, and together they stepped into the unknown, the path glowing brighter with each step. Amin and Coal pressed forward through the rift of ideologies, the narrow pass tightening around them as if the canyon itself were closing in. The air was thick with the scent of ancient stone and something older, something restless. Amin's fingers brushed against the cool surface of the carvings lining the walls, guardians in their ceremonial robes, reformers with outstretched hands, their faces frozen in expressions of conflict. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, its glow flickering like a heartbeat.
We need to keep moving.
Amin murmured, his voice low. Coal gave a small approving wag, his tail swishing against the damp ground. Suddenly, a rustling broke the silence. Amin froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the strap of his backpack. From the shadows emerged a figure in a deep green cloak, his face obscured by the hood.
You shouldn't be here.
The man said, his voice like wind through stone. Amin's breath caught.
Who are you?
He asked, his voice steady despite the knot of unease in his chest. The man stepped forward, his eyes sharp, his presence commanding.
I am Grandmaster Lin, a guardian of the old ways.
He said, his gaze flicked to Coal's collar, then back to Amin.
You carry a burden that was meant to be forgotten.
Amin's fingers tightened around his backpack.
I'm not here to cause trouble.
He said,
I'm just trying to understand what happened to Lin Liuman.
Grandmaster Lin's expression darkened.
That name is not one to be spoken lightly. The past is not yours to rewrite.
Coal growled softly, his tail stiffening. Amin turned to him, his voice calm but firm.
We're not here to change the past. We're here to learn from it.
For a long moment, the canyon was silent. Then Grandmaster Lin exhaled, his shoulders relaxing slightly.
Very well.
He said,
But if you wish to move forward, you must choose your path carefully. The forest does not forgive those who seek to alter its course.
Amin met his gaze, his heart pounding.
We'll do what we must.
He said.
For the sake of the future.
Coal's collar pulsed with quiet determination, and the two of them took their next step forward. As they moved deeper into the rift, the air grew colder, the carvings more intricate, their stories more tangled. Amin's mind raced with questions, but he forced himself to focus on the path ahead. Coal's presence was a steady anchor, his breathing even, his loyalty unshakable. Then a sudden sound, a sharp, high-pitched cry, echoed from the rocks above. Amin turned sharply, his eyes scanning the shadows from a crevice in the wall. A small creature, Dertetta fox, its fur a patchwork of silver and black, its eyes gleaming with mischief. It had something in its mouth, a small, glowing object that pulsed like a heartbeat.
Coal.
Amin called, his voice urgent. The dog's collar flared, and with a sudden burst of energy he lunged. The fox hissed, darting between the rocks, but Coal was faster, his paws skidding against the stone as he gave chase. Amin followed, his heart pounding.
Don't let it get away.
He shouted, Coal barked, his voice echoing through the canyon, and the fox froze. With a quick leap, the dog pounced, his jaws snapping shut around the glowing object. The fox let out a yowl, vanishing into the shadows. Amin knelt beside Coal, his hands brushing against the dog's fur.
Good job.
He said, his voice filled with relief. Coal wagged his tail, the glowing object now resting in Amin's palm. It was a small carved stone, its surface etched with the same symbols as the totem. Amin's breath caught.
This is a memory.
He whispered. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes filled with quiet understanding.
We'll find the truth.
Amin said, his voice steady.
Together.
Amin and Coal moved cautiously through the dense forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something older's, something ancient. Coal's fur bristled as he halted abruptly, his growl low and steady, his eyes locked on a gnarled, moss-covered tree that seemed to pulse with a faint, bioluminescent glow. Amin crouched beside him, his hand resting on the dog's back.
What is it?
He murmured, but Coal didn't answer, his growl deepening as the tree's glow intensified. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shimmered, and clusters of faintly glowing spots appeared like scattered stars, their light flickering in time with the tree's pulse. Amin's breath caught as he noticed the spots forming a paterna series of paw prints leading deeper into the woods. Dr. May, who had been following silently, stepped forward, her voice hushed.
This isn't natural.
She said, her eyes scanning the glowing marks.
The forest is reacting to something or someone.
Amin turned to Coal, whose collar now pulsed with a rhythmic heat that matched the tree's glow.
You've been here before, haven't you?
He asked, his voice tinged with awe. Coal's tail gave a slow, deliberate wag, and for a moment the air seemed to hum with the weight of unspoken memories. Amin's fingers tightened around the dog's fur as he whispered,
You're not just a pet. You're a part of this place.
Dr. May's gaze flicked to the paw prints, her expression unreadable.
Then we need to follow them.
She said as they pressed on. The glowing spots grew brighter, and the tree's glow intensified, as if urging them forward. Amin's heart pounded, the mystery deepening with every step.
What if this is a test?
He muttered, half to himself.
A test of trust? Or of something else?
Coal's collar pulsed again, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The cavern pulsed with an eerie stillness as Amin and Coal approached the time hourglass, its swirling glass surface reflecting the flickering light of their torches. Coal's collar suddenly flared with a sharp, stinging heat, and he barked low, his fur bristling as his eyes locked onto an ancient tree at the cavern's edge, its bark etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Amin frowned, his fingers tightening around the strap of his backpack as he glanced at Dr. Gore. May, who stood a few paces behind him, her gaze fixed on the hourglass.
This place feels wrong.
Amin muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
Like it's holding something back.
Dr. May's expression was unreadable as she stepped closer.
The hourglass isn't just a tool,
She said, her voice hushed.
it's a mirror. Every use strips away a piece of your bond with coal. You have to ask yourself, what are you willing to sacrifice for the truth?
Amin turned to Coal, who was now sniffing the air, his tail stiff.
You've been here before, haven't you?
He asked, his voice trembling. Coal's collar pulsed again, and for a moment Amin swore he saw a faint image flicker in the air. A child's hand reaching out to a dog with star-like markings on its fur.
I don't remember.
Amin whispered, his mind racing.
But I feel it, like a memory buried deep.
As he spoke, the ground beneath them trembled, and a series of glowing spots appeared in the dirt, forming a path that led toward the hourglass. Dr. May's eyes narrowed.
That's not natural.
She said,
The valley's reacting to you, to coal.
Amin's heart pounded as he stepped forward, the weight of the hourglass's power pressing against his chest. He had to decide. Would he risk losing time with Coal to uncover the past, or let the mystery remain unsolved? As the glowing spots pulsed brighter, a low rumble echoed through the cavern, and the symbols on the ancient tree flared with a light that seemed to reach into the very fabric of time. Amin knelt beside Coal, the dog's trembling body pressed against his chest, as the rain soaked through their clothes. The storm outside had long since passed, but the memory of the canyon's echoes still lingered in the air. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, a steady rhythm that matched Amin's own heartbeat. He ran a hand through the dog's fur, whispering,
You're safe now.
as if the words could erase the fear that had gripped them both. Coal nuzzled his palm, his breath warm against Amin's skin. And for a moment the world felt still. The rain had washed away the dust of the canyon, leaving only the quiet hum of their bond. Amin closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the journey behind them, the trials, the echoes, the memories that had nearly torn them apart. Coal's tail curled around his wrist, a silent promise that they would face whatever came next together. Dr. May's voice cut through the silence.
The memory shell is more than a relic. It's a bridge between past and present. Lynn Roman's sacrifice was not just for the valley, it was for the bond between owner and pet. She understood what you're learning now.
Amin looked up, his eyes meeting hers.
But how do we ensure that bond never breaks?
He asked. Dr. May's gaze softened.
By remembering, by holding on, even when the world tries to pull you apart. Cole's collar is a reminder of that. It's not just a tool, it's a testament to trust.
Amin turned to Coal, who was watching him with unwavering loyalty.
You're my anchor.
He murmured. Coal's collar flared, and the dog gave a low, resonant bark, as if to say, always. Amin's thoughts drifted back to the vision of Limrioman, her voice echoing through the memory shell. The past is not meant to be forgotten. It is meant to be remembered. He clenched his fists, his mind racing with the weight of her words. What had she sacrificed? Why had she left Coal behind? The questions gnawed at him, but the answer felt just out of reach. He looked at Coal, whose eyes reflected the flickering glow of the memory shell.
You're not just a companion.
Amin whispered.
You're the reason I keep going, even when I'm scared, even when I don't know what comes next.
Coal's tail gave a small wag, and Amin felt a surge of gratitude. He had feared losing the dog, had imagined a world where the canyon's echoes would tear them apart, but here they were together, the bond between them stronger than any test the valley could throw at them. As the memory shell's glow intensified, a new vision unfolded. Lynn Loman, standing at the edge of the valley, her hand outstretched toward the star spring. Behind her, a figure emerged, their face obscured by shadow. Amin's breath caught.
Who is that?
He asked Dr. May. The healer's expression darkened.
That's Grand Master Lin, the guardian who opposed the reformers. Lin Liumen had to choose between protecting the valley and saving Coal. She chose the valley, but she never stopped loving him.
Amin's heart ached.
So, she left him behind,
Dr. May nodded.
but she never forgot. That's why the memory shell exists, to ensure that no one else has to make that choice alone.
Amin turned to Coal, whose collar pulsed with quiet determination.
We'll never let that happen.
He vowed. Coal's bark was a resounding affirmation, and the memory shell's glow flared, revealing the path forward. Amin and Coal stood before the towering stone archway, its surface etched with the shifting symbols of the guardians and reformers, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Dr. May's voice was hushed as she explained the trial of trust, her words carrying the weight of the valley's history.
This is where the past and present collide.
She said, her gaze steady.
Only those who understand their bond can pass.
Amin looked at Coal, who was watching him with unwavering loyalty, his collar pulsing faintly. The dog's tail curled around Amin's leg, a silent promise of support. Memories of rainy nights flooded Amin's mind. Coal's trembling body pressed against him, his fur damp, his breath shallow as the storm raged outside. Amin had held him then, his hand steady, whispering reassurances until the dog's breathing slowed. Now, under the golden light of the valley, he felt the same warmth, the same unshakable bond.
We have to trust each other.
Amin murmured, his voice steady. Coal's collar flared and the archway shimmered, revealing a vision of Lin Rioman and Grandmaster Lin standing at the same spot, their voices overlapping in a debate that echoed through time.
You must choose.
Lin Rioman's voice echoed.
To protect the past or shape the future.
Amin's heart pounded.
What does this mean?
He asked Dr. May. She met his gaze, her expression solemn.
It means the past is not just a memory, it's a choice, and the choice you make now will shape the future.
Amin turned to Coal, who nuzzled his hand, his eyes filled with quiet understanding.
We'll face it together.
Amin said. Coal's tail wagged once, and the archway shimmered, the path ahead opening to a new challenge. Amin took a deep breath, steadying himself.
We'll do it.
He whispered. Coal's collar pulsed, and the two of them stepped forward into the unknown. As they stepped into the oblivion mist, the air thickened with a silvery haze that curled like smoke around their ankles. Coal's tail, usually a restless flicker, lay still against Amin's leg, his ears pressed low, as if listening to something unseen. Amin's fingers brushed against the dog's collar, its glow dimming as though the mist itself were trying to smother it. He glanced at Dr. May, who was watching the fog with a furrowed brow.
You said the mist erases memories.
Amin said, his voice tight.
What if it takes something we need to remember?
Dr. May's eyes flicked to Coal, then back to Amin.
Then you'll have to hold on to it harder.
She said.
Trust is the only thing that can keep you from losing yourselves here.
Amin nodded, but his mind raced. He had seen the way Cole's collar pulsed when the mist thickened. Was it reacting to something or someone hidden within the fog? His thoughts were interrupted as Cole suddenly stiffened, his head snapping toward a patch of mist where a faint flickering light pulsed. Amin followed his gaze, his breath catching. There, half shrouded in the haze, was a small weathered journal, Lin Leoman's.
Coal!
Amin whispered.
Did you?
The dog's collar flared, and the mist recoiled, revealing the journal's pages fluttering in the unseen wind. Amin's heart pounded. Had Cole been guiding them here all along? Amin's fingers trembled as he reached for the journal, its leather cover worn but intact. Cole's tail curled protectively around his wrist, his eyes locked onto the dog's collar as if waiting for it to react.
You think this is a coincidence?
Amin muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Dr. May's gaze was sharp as she stepped closer.
Coincidence or not, this is a test.
She said.
The mist doesn't just erase memories, it tries to make you forget why you're here.
Amin's jaw tightened.
Then why does Cole's collar glow when he looks at it?
He turned to the dog, who was now staring intently at the journal, his ears twitching as though listening to something only he could hear.
You're not just a pet, are you?
Amin asked, his voice unsteady. Cole's collar pulsed, and for a moment the mist stilled. The journal's pages fluttered open, revealing a faded sketch of a dog with star-like markings, Cole. Amin's breath caught. Had Lin Leoman known about him all along? Amin's mind spun as he stared at the journal, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He had always believed Cole was just a dog, a loyal companion who had somehow found his way into his life. But now, as the mist swirled around them and Cole's collar pulsed with a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat, he wondered if the bond between them had been forged long before he had ever met the dog. He looked at Dr. May, whose expression was unreadable.
You said the mist erases memories.
He said, his voice quieter now.
But what if it's not just memories it takes? What if it's trying to erase the truth?
Dr. May's eyes flicked to Cole, then back to Amin.
Then you'll have to remember it before it's too late.
She said. Amin nodded, his grip tightening on the journal. The mist thickened again, but this time he wasn't afraid. He had something to hold, onto something real. And as Cole's collar flared once more, he knew they weren't alone in this. The heart of the valley shimmered with golden light as Amin and Cole stepped onto the ancient platform, its carvings pulsing like a heartbeat. Cole's tail lay still, his ears twitching as he stared intently at the air ahead, his nose twitching as if catching a scent only he could perceive. Amin clutching the journal Dr. Rayton May had given him. Notice how Cole's eyes flicked toward a small weathered stone at the platform's edged surface, etched with the same symbols that had appeared on the guardian totem.
You're looking at that again.
Amin murmured, kneeling to brush dust from the stone. Cole's collar pulsed faintly, and as Amin's fingers touched the carvings, a soft click echoed, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a faded photograph of Lin Luoman and Cole as a puppy, their hands clasped together. Amin's breath caught.
You've been keeping this all this time.
He whispered, his voice trembling. Cole nuzzled his hand, his eyes soft with unspoken understanding. Dr. May's voice cut through the silence.
The valley remembers.
She said, her gaze lingering on the photograph.
Lin Liuman didn't just protect the barriers. Her protected you. She knew Ko would find this, that he'd carry her memory forward.
Amin's throat tightened.
But why leave him behind?
He asked, his voice raw. Dr. May's expression softened.
Because love isn't about holding on, it's about letting go so the other can grow.
As the words settled, the platform's carvings flared, and Lin Yoman's form materialized. Her eyes filled with quiet resolve.
You've seen the truth?
She said, her voice echoing like wind through stone.
But the valley's not just a place, it's a bond. You've already taken your place, Amin. Cole's loyalty isn't just to you, it's to the legacy we all carry.
Amin's hands trembled as he looked at Cole, who now stood between them, his collar glowing with a light that seemed to bridge past and present. The mist that had threatened them earlier faded, replaced by a warm, golden glow.
I'll protect the valley.
Amin said, his voice steady.
And I'll protect you, Cole.
Cole's tail gave a small wag, and as Lin Roman's form dissolved into light, the platform's carving shifted one final time, revealing a new path of future, shaped not by loss, but by the enduring bond between owner and pet. The wind howled at Echo Cliff, its voice a mournful wail that tangled with the faint flickering images of the past. Amin tightened his grip on Cole's collar as the dog's fur bristled, his golden eyes reflecting the shifting mist that clung to the cliff's surface. Fragments of laughter, sorrow, and forgotten voices swirled in the air, thick with memories that seemed to press against them.
We have to go through.
Amin murmured, his voice barely rising above the wind. Cole's tail stiffened, his paws shifting uneasily, as if the echoes were tugging at him from unseen depths. Amin knelt, his hand resting on the dog's back.
It's okay, Cole.
He whispered.
We're here now, together.
Cole's ears twitched, and for a moment the trembling in his body eased. Amin felt the warmth of the dog's collar against his palm, its faint golden glow pulsing like a heartbeat. The first sound reached them, a child's laughter, followed by a voice calling out.
Cole, wait for me.
Amin's breath caught. The voice was unmistakably Lin Yoman's. Cole's ears flattened and the collar around his neck flared with a sudden intense light. Amin's heart pounded.
It's okay.
He said again, his voice steadier now.
We're not alone anymore.
The echoes grew louder, overlapping in a cacophony of voices. Amin turned to Cole, who was now trembling, his paws pressing into the ground, as if trying to anchor himself.
We need to move forward.
Amin said, his voice firm.
Together.
Cole's tail wagged slowly, and with a deep breath he took a step forward. The mist swirled around them, but Amin focused on the rhythm of his own breathing, syncing it with Cole's. Slowly the sounds began to shift, no longer overwhelming, but harmonious. The cliff seemed to respond, the mist parting slightly, as if acknowledging their unity. As they passed, a faint image of Lin Yuman appeared in the mist, her eyes filled with determination. Amin felt a surge of warmth in his chest, a quiet understanding dawning within him. He turned to Cole, who looked up at him with a soft, trusting gaze.
We're not alone.
Amin said, his voice filled with newfound resolve.
We're here for each other.
Cole's collar pulsed again, and the mist shimmered as if the valley itself were listening. Amin's mind drifted back to the first time he met Cole, a scruffy, wounded dog found in the ruins of an old village. Back then, the dog had been afraid of everything: storms, strangers, even the sound of his own name. But Amin had stayed, not because he knew what the future held, but because he felt something in Cole's eyes, a flicker of hope that mirrored his own. Those early days had been hard filled with quiet moments of trust building, like when Cole finally allowed Amin to brush his fur, or when he brought a fallen leaf to Amin's hand, as if to say,
I'm here.
Now, standing at Echo Cliff, Amin realized that this bond had carried them through every shadow of the past. He looked down at Cole, who was now sitting beside him, his tail swaying gently.
You're not alone anymore.
Amin whispered.
We're here for each other.
The mist thickened around them, but Amin felt no fear. He had Cole, and that was enough. As they stepped forward, the echoes of the past faded, replaced by the soft, steady rhythm of their shared heartbeat. As Amin and Cole stepped into the clearing, the mist thinned like a curtain drawn aside, revealing a wooden hut nestled in a meadow bathed in golden sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the soft rustle of leaves seemed to hum a lullaby. Siatong knelt beside a small shivering cat, her auburn hair catching the light as she wrapped it in a soft cloth.
Don't be afraid.
She murmured, her voice gentle as she cradled the creature. The cat blinked slowly, its fur matted with dampness, and nuzzled her hand. Amin and Cole approached, their footsteps muffled by the carpet of moss underfoot.
Hello.
Amin said, his voice hesitant.
We're passing through. Are you someone from the Pet Partners Association?
Isayatong looked up, her eyes brightening.
I'm Ixayatong, a researcher with the Ancient Legends Society, and you must be Amin and Coal.
She gestured to the cat in her arms.
This one was wandering alone, lost in the mist. I found it shivering near the shrine.
Amin knelt beside her, his eyes softening as he reached out to the cat.
It's okay.
He whispered. The cat blinked up at him, then curled into his palm, purring faintly. Siatong smiled.
You have a gift, Amin. You make others feel safe.
She glanced at Cole, who was now sitting beside Amin, his tail swaying gently.
And Coal seems to be a remarkable companion.
Amin nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude.
We're trying to reach Starfall Valley. Do you know the way?
Sayatong's expression grew thoughtful.
I do, but the path is treacherous. There's a hidden trail that only those with a true bond can follow.
She looked at Amin and Cole, her gaze filled with quiet understanding.
You two might just be the ones to find it.
Amin's mind drifted to memories of Cole's steadfast presence. How the dog had once guided him through a storm, his fur bristling with determination, or how he'd nuzzled him during sleepless nights, his warmth a silent promise of safety. Even now, Cole's tail swayed in rhythm with his heartbeat, a quiet reassurance that they were not alone. As if sensing Amin's thoughts, Cole nuzzled his hand, his golden eyes reflecting the sunlight. Xiaotong's voice pulled him back.
The trail leads through the marsh, but the mist there can be deceptive. You'll need to trust each other and the land itself.
Amin looked at Xiaotong, then at the cat still purring in his palm.
What if we help this one find its way home?
He asked. Xiaotong's smile deepened.
Then you've already found the first step.
Mirage Marsh shimmered like a fractured mirror, its surface rippling with reflections of Amin's deepest memories. He knelt at the water's edge, his breath hitching as his parents' faces flickered across the surface, their smiles fading into shadows. Coal's tail stiffened beside him, his collar glowing faintly as if sensing the weight of the past.
Don't look!
Amin whispered, his voice tight with emotion. But the water had other plans. A sudden ripple sent Lynn Liuman's image swirling into view, her hand outstretched toward Coal, her voice echoing through the mist.
Coal, wait for me.
The dog whined, his paws pressing into the mud as if to anchor himself. Amin reached out, gripping Coal's collar.
We're here now.
He said, his voice steadier than he felt. Coal's eyes met his, golden and unblinking, and for a heartbeat the marsh stilled. Then a rustle in the reed saw a small shivering cat darted between the roots, its fur matted with rain. Amin's heart leapt.
Hey there!
He called, crouching low. The cat hissed, darting toward the water's edge. Coal barked, a low, resonant sound that made the cat freeze.
Easy.
Amin murmured, extending his hand. The cat blinked, then crept closer, its tail flicking uncertainly.
You're not alone.
Amin said, his voice trembling. Coal nuzzled his hand, and the cat purred, curling into his palm.
We're not alone.
Amin repeated, his chest tight with resolve. As the cat's purring softened the air, the marsh's reflections shifted again, revealing a path of glowing stones winding through the reeds. Amin's eyes widened.
Coal, look.
He pointed, but the dog was already moving, his paws pressing gently against the stones, their glow intensifying with each step.
We have to follow it.
Amin said, his voice a mix of awe and urgency. Coal's tail wagged, and together they stepped forward, the mist parting to reveal the hidden trail. The cat mewed softly, trailing behind them as if it, too, had been waiting for this moment. Amin's heart pounded, not from fear, but from the strange, exhilarating certainty that they were finally on the right path.
You did it.
He whispered to Coal, who turned his head, his eyes reflecting the glow of the stones.
We did.
Amin said, his voice steady now. The past no longer a weight, but a guide. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the clearing where the reformers and traditionalists faced off, the air crackling with tension. Sister Sue's device hummed faintly, its glow casting sharp shadows over her determined face, while Grandpa Zhang's weathered hands clenched into fists. Coal's collar pulsed with a steady golden light, and Amin felt the dog's trembling beneath his fingertips.
We've seen the valley's changes.
Amin said, his voice cutting through the argument.
The Mistwood Forest is shifting. The Star Springs aura is fading. If we don't act, the barrier will collapse.
Sister Sue turned her eyes alight with urgency.
The valley's balance is sacred.
She said, stepping closer.
But balance isn't statis. It's a dance. We must adapt or perish. The reformers' tech can help us map the valley's fractures. Find the star spring before it's too late.
Grandpa Zhang scoffed, his voice like grinding stone.
You tear the valley apart with your machines. The forest has endured for centuries without interference. Why now?
Amin knelt, pressing his palm against Coal's back. The dog's tail swayed slowly, his golden eyes fixed on the old man.
Because the bond between people and pets isn't just about survival.
Amin said, his voice soft but firm.
It's about trust. Coal's collar reacts to the valley's energy, and it's guiding us. We're not here to take sides, we're here because we believe in that bond.
Cor whined, nuzzling Amin's hand, and the mist around them shimmered. Sister Sue's device flickered, its glow stinking with Coal's collar. Grandpa Zhang's gaze wavered, and, for a moment, the clearing fell silent. Then a sudden rustle in the undergrowth of thorny vines snapped loose, lashing toward Amin's leg. Coal barked. Leaping forward to knock it aside, Amin gasped, his heart racing.
Coal!
He exclaimed, his voice tinged with awe.
You're not just reacting to the mist. You're sensing the valley's dangers before they happen.
Coal wagged his tail, his fur bristling as he sniffed the air.
We need to move.
Amin said, his mind racing.
The path to the Star Spring is hidden, but if we work together, we can find it.
Sister Sue nodded, her expression softening.
Then let's find the spring together.
As they turned, the mist parted, revealing a narrow trail lined with glowing stones. Coal's collar pulsed, and Amin felt a surge of determination.
This is our way forward.
He whispered, his voice filled with quiet resolve. The mist parted as Amin and Coal stepped into the clearing, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something older, something ancient. Coal's fur bristled as he growled low, his golden eyes locked on a gnarled tree whose bark shimmered with faint, pulsating light. Amin knelt, brushing his hand over the tree's surface, and a sudden warmth radiated through his palm, as if the wood itself were alive.
What is it, Coal?
He whispered, his voice hushed. The dog's tail stiffened, and he whined, his paws pressing into the moss-covered ground. Behind them, the forest floor glowed with strange, scattered spots of light, like stars fallen from the sky. Amin's breath caught as he noticed a faint hum resonating through the air, a sound that seemed to echo from the tree itself.
You're not afraid?
He murmured, his fingers tightening around Coal's collar, which now pulsed with a warm golden glow.
But you remembering something, aren't you?
Coal's ears twitched, and he turned his head, his gaze drifting toward the cave entrance, where the symbols on the wall glowed faintly in response to his presence. Amin's heart pounded as he stepped forward, the weight of the past pressing against his chest.
Langjaman's collar.
He whispered, his voice trembling as he reached for the worn-out relic that had slipped from the cave wall.
You were hers, weren't you?
Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist, and the cave's symbols flared brighter, as if the valley itself were listening.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Amin said, his voice thick with emotion.
But I'm here now. I'm here for you.
The glow intensified, and the mist swirled, revealing a hidden message etched into the cave's depths, its words trembling with the weight of a forgotten past. As they stepped into the cave, the air grew cooler, and the faint glow of the symbols on the walls pulsed in time with the collar in Amin's hands. Coal's fur bristled, and he turned his head toward the cave's deepest recess, his golden eyes reflecting the faint light. Amin followed his gaze, his heart pounding. The cave opened into a small chamber, its floor covered in soft moss and scattered with ancient relic-sated maps, rusted tools, and a single weathered book resting on a stone pedestal. Amin approached cautiously, his breath shallow. The book's cover was engraved with the same symbols as the cave wall, and as he opened it, a soft glow emanated from the pages. Linjo Man's handwriting filled the pages, her words filled with urgency and sorrow.
I never meant to leave you, Coal,
She wrote.
but the valley's barrier is weakening, and I couldn't let it fall. I've hidden this for you in case someone finds it. The star spring is the key, but it can only be awakened by a true bond. I hope you find someone who will help you.
Amin's hands trembled as he read the words, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail wrapped around his wrist in a silent gesture of comfort.
I'm here.
Amin whispered.
I'm here for you.
Coal's collar pulsed again, and for a moment the air around them shimmered as if the cave itself were listening. As Amin and Coal stepped out of the cave, the mist thickened around them, forming a dense fog that obscured their path. The air was heavy with an unseen force, and Amin felt a strange pressure on his chest, as if the very atmosphere was testing their resolve. Coal's tail stiffened, and he whined softly, his golden eyes darting around the fog. Amin knelt beside him, pressing a hand to the dog's back.
We have to move forward.
He said, his voice steady, despite the unease gnawing at his chest. Coal gave a small nod, then took a step forward. The fog shifted, revealing a narrow path that twisted through the trees. Amin followed, his heart pounding as the mist thickened again, blocking their vision. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and a low rumbling sound echoed through the air. Amin's breath caught as the mist parted, revealing a massive stone archway covered in glowing symbols. The symbols pulsed in time with Coal's color, and Amin's pulse quickened.
This is a trial.
He murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Coal turned to him, his eyes filled with quiet understanding. Amin reached out, placing a hand on the dog's back.
We need to trust each other,
He said.
no matter what happens.
Coal's tail wagged slowly, and with a deep breath he stepped forward. The mist swirled around them, and for a moment Amin felt the weight of the past pressing down on him, but he held on to Coal, his heart steady. As the mist swirled around them, Amin and Coal stepped forward, their paws pressing into the soft earth. The stone archway pulsed with a low, rhythmic glow, and Amin could feel the weight of the trial pressing down on him. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else's, something familiar. Amin's breath caught in his throat as the mist parted, revealing a figure standing at the edge of the archway. Rioya. Her eyes were wide with surprise, and she stepped forward, her arms outstretched.
Amin.
She called, her voice filled with relief.
I thought I'd never see you again.
Amin's heart pounded.
Sayoya, I didn't think you'd be here.
Sayoya smiled, her expression soft.
I had a feeling you'd need help. I've been following the trail, but the mist has been too thick. I couldn't find you.
She glanced at Coal, her eyes filled with quiet understanding.
And I see you found a remarkable companion.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was now standing beside him, his tail swaying gently.
Coal and we've come a long way.
Sayoya nodded.
And I believe you're just beginning.
She stepped closer, her gaze shifting to the archway.
This is the trial of trust.
She said, her voice hushed.
Only those who truly understand the bond between owner and pet can pass through.
Amin turned to Coal, his heart swelling with gratitude.
We've come this far together.
He said.
And we'll keep going.
Coal's collar pulsed, and the mist around them shimmered as if acknowledging their bond. As they stepped through the archway, the mist thickened around them, swirling in patterns that seemed almost alive. Amin felt a strange weight pressing against his chest, as if the very air was testing him. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, and Amin could feel the dog's unease. Amin knelt beside Coal, placing a hand on the dog's back.
What's wrong?
He asked, his voice gentle. Coal's ears twitched, and he looked up at Amin with eyes filled with quiet sorrow. Amin's breath caught.
You're remembering something, aren't you?
Coal gave a small nod, and the mist around them shifted, revealing a vision, Lynn Roman standing at the edge of the valley, her face pale with fear. Amin's heart pounded as he saw her reach for Coal, her voice filled with desperation.
I can't leave you.
She whispered.
But I have to.
Amin's breath caught in his throat. He looked down at Coal, who was now trembling slightly.
You remember her?
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
You remember what happened?
Coal's collar pulsed again and the mist swirled, revealing a final image. Lynn Loman standing at the edge of the valley, her hand outstretched toward Coal, her eyes filled with love and sorrow. Amin's heart ached. He reached out, pressing his palm against Coal's back.
You're not alone anymore.
He said, his voice filled with quiet determination.
I'm here for you.
Coal's tail wagged slowly, and the mist around them shimmered, as if acknowledging their bond. As the vision faded, the mist around them thinned, revealing a narrow path that led deeper into the valley. Amin and Coal exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with quiet understanding. Leoya stepped forward, her expression thoughtful.
The star spring is close.
She said.
But the path ahead is not without its dangers.
Amin nodded, his heart steady.
We've come this far. We'll see it through.
Coal gave a soft whine, and Amin reached out, pressing his palm against the dog's back.
Together.
He said.
Always together.
As they stepped forward, the mist parted, revealing a hidden trail lined with glowing stones. The path shimmered with an otherworldly light, and Amin could feel the energy of the valley pulsing through the air. Coal's collar pulsed, and a faint glow surrounded them, as if the valley itself was guiding them. Amin took a deep breath, his heart filled with determination. The star spring was close, and with it the truth of Lynn Rioman's past and the bond that would shape their future. The mist swirled like a living thing, thick and cold, pressing against Amin's skin as he knelt beside Coal, who trembled in his arms. Rain had long since stopped, but the air still clung to the scent of damp earth and something older, something sorrowful. Amin's fingers traced the fur along Coal's neck, his touch steady, despite the unease gnawing at his chest. Coal nuzzled his palm, his breath warm against Amin's skin, and, for a moment, the world narrowed to the rhythm of their breathing.
You're not alone.
Amin whispered, his voice barely louder than the wind. Coal's tail wagged slowly, a soft, trusting motion that made Amin's throat tighten. He pressed his forehead to the dog's fur, the scent of pine and loyalty filling his lungs.
We've come too far to turn back.
He murmured, his words a promise to both of them. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, a golden glow that seemed to mirror the light in Amin's eyes. Somewhere in the mist, a distant howl echoed, and Amin's grip on Coal's back tightened.
I won't let anything take you.
He said, his voice resolute. Coal's ears twitched, and he gave a small whine, his paws pressing gently against Amin's legs, as if to say, *I trust you.' Asterisk. The mist thickened and the archway ahead shimmered, its symbols glowing with an eerie, pulsing light. Amin exhaled, his heart pounding.
We're not ready for this,
he muttered, but Cole's tail curled around his wrist, a silent reassurance.
We're ready.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling with the weight of the past and the promise of the future.
Together.
Xiaoya's voice cut through the mist like a blade.
Amin, you have to believe in the bond you share with Coal. It's not just a connection, it's a force that can shape the valley itself.
She stepped closer, her eyes reflecting the glow of the archway.
You've seen what happens when that bond is broken? Lynn Loman's memory is still here, but it's not just hers anymore, it's yours too.
Amin's breath caught.
You think I can fix it?
He asked, his voice raw. Loya nodded, her expression solemn.
Not fix it, but carry it forward. The valley needs more than just the Star Spring, needs people who understand what it means to hold on to something precious, even when it hurts.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was now sitting beside him, his golden eyes wide with quiet understanding.
You've always been my strength.
Amin said, his voice thick with emotion.
Even when I didn't know how to be strong myself.
Cole's tail wagged slowly, and he leaned into Amin's hand, his fur brushing against Amin's wrist like a promise.
I'll never let go.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling. Lyoya's gaze softened.
Then let the valley see what you've built together.
Amin's mind raced as he stared at the archway, its symbols glowing with an intensity that made his skin prickle. Asterisk. What if I fail? Asterisk, he thought, the fear clawing at his chest. Asterisk. What if I can't protect Coal, not from the mist, not from the past, not from anything? Asterisk, he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Asterisk, but I've already failed once. I let Lynn Lyman leave, and I let myself believe I could move on. I was wrong. Asterisk, his breath came in shallow gasps as he looked down at Coal, who was now watching him with unwavering trust. Asterisk, this isn't just about me anymore. It's about us, about the bond we've built, the bond that's stronger than the valley's pain, stronger than the mist, stronger than anything. Asterisk, his fingers tightened around Coal's collar, the warmth of the dog's fur grounding him. Asterisk, I won't let fear take this from me again. Not now, not ever. Asterisk. The mist surged forward, a wall of white that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Amin felt the pressure of it against his chest, a force that tried to push him back, to make him forget the path he'd chosen. Coal's collar flared with a golden light, and Amin's breath hitched as the vision of Lynn Yeoman flickered in the mist. She was standing at the edge of the valley, her hand outstretched toward Coal, her eyes filled with sorrow.
Coal, wait for me.
She whispered, her voice breaking. Amin's knees buckled, and he dropped to his hands, his throat burning with unshed tears. Coal nuzzled his shoulder, his warm breath a balm against Amin's skin.
I'm here.
Amin choked out, his voice cracking.
I'm here for you, Lin Liaman. I'm here for you, Coal.
The mist swirled, and the vision faded, but the weight of the past remained. Amin looked up at Lyoya, who was now standing at the edge of the archway, her expression unreadable.
You have to move forward.
She sighed, her voice steady.
The valley won't wait for you to heal. It needs you to be strong. Not just for yourself, but for everyone who believes in the bond between people and their pets.
Amin closed his eyes, his fingers tightening around Cole's collar.
And let's go.
He whispered, his voice trembling with resolve. Cole's tail wagged slowly, and together they stepped through the archway, the mist parting like a curtain as the trial began. The mist swirled around Amin and Coal like a living thing, clinging to their skin and whispering fragments of the past. Amin knelt beside Coal, who trembled slightly, his golden eyes reflecting the flickering glow of the archway. Rain had begun to fall, thin and cold, soaking through Amin's clothes as he wrapped his arms around the dog, pressing his forehead to Coal's damp fur.
It's okay.
He murmured, his voice barely above a whisper.
We've been through worse.
Coal's tail curled around Amin's wrist, his warm breath puffing against the man's cheek. The memory of that rainy night in the Mistwood Forest surfaced Coal's fevered shivers, Amin's hands never leaving his back as he sang lullabies until dawn. The dog nuzzled his palm, his whine soft and trusting, and Amin felt his own tears blur the mist around them.
You're not alone.
He said again, his voice breaking.
Never alone.
Xiaoya's voice cut through the fog.
Amin, you have to move forward. The trial won't pass unless you let go of the past.
Amin looked up, his heart aching.
But I can't.
He said, his voice raw.
Not without him.
Coal's collar posed, and the mist parted, revealing a vision of Lin Luoman's final moments. A hand reaching, a voice calling, a promise unfulfilled. Amin's breath hitched.
I won't fail you.
He whispered to Coal, his fingers tightening around the dog's back.
What again?
Xiaoya stepped closer, her eyes filled with quiet sorrow.
You've already passed the hardest part.
She said,
This is about not just between you and Cole, but between you and the valley itself.
Amin turned to Coal, who looked up at him with unwavering loyalty.
Then, let's do this.
He said, his voice steady now.
Together.
The mist shimmered, and the archway glowed brighter, as if the valley itself had heard his vow. The mist thickened around Amin and Coal, swirling in unnatural patterns that seemed to pulse with an unseen rhythm. Coal's golden eyes locked onto a single point in the fog, his tail stiff and uncharacteristically still, while Amin's fingers brushed against the worn leather of his satchel, where he tucked a small, rusted key he'd found in the cave days earlier. The air grew colder, and Coal's collar glowed faintly, casting a warm amber light that seemed to draw the mist away from them.
You're looking at something?
Amin said, kneeling beside the dog. Coal's ears twitched, and without a sound, he nudged the satchel with his nose, sending the key clattering to the ground. Amin stared at it, then at Coal, whose eyes were now fixed on the mist as if it held an answer.
You've been waiting for this.
Amin murmured, his voice tinged with wonder. Lyoya, who had been silent until now, stepped forward.
That key.
She said, her tone uncharacteristically solemn.
It's not just a key. It's a lock to something you're not ready to face.
Amin's breath caught. He glanced at Coal, who now sat motionless, his tail curled tightly around his paws. The mist swirled again, and for a moment Amin felt the weight of every memory he tried to bury the sound of Lin Lumen's voice. The ache of her absence, the way Cole had always seemed to know things he couldn't explain.
Why now?
Amin whispered, his hands trembling. Cole's collar pulsed, and the mist parted, revealing a faint outline of a figure in the fog. It was Lin Yeoman, her hand outstretched as if to touch him. Amin's heart pounded.
You remember her.
He said, his voice breaking. Cole's tail wagged slowly, and the mist shimmered as if the valley itself had been waiting for this moment. The mist thickened around Amin and Cole as they stood at the edge of the archway. The air heavy with an unspoken tension. Cole's golden eyes fixed on a single point in the fog. His tail rigid and his breathing shallow, while Amin's fingers tightened around the worn-out collar he had found in the cave. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of damp earth and something older, something familiar, and Cole suddenly turned his head sharply, as if hearing a voice only he could hear.
Cole, what is it?
Amin asked, his voice low, but the dog didn't respond, his ears twitching toward the mist. Laya stepped forward, her brow furrowed.
The path ahead is guarded by more than just the mist.
She said, her voice steady but tinged with unease.
The valley remembers those who came before, and not all of them are willing to let you pass.
Amin's jaw tightened.
Then we'll make them remember us.
He reached for Cole's collar, but the dog suddenly darted forward, his paws pressing into the earth as if searching for something. Amin followed, his heart pounding, until Cole's nose brushed against a patch of moss-covered stone. As he knelt, his fingers brushed against a hidden crevice, and a small, tarnished object slipped into his palm collar, its metal etched with the same symbols as the cave wall.
This is Lin Liuman's collar.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling. Cole whined softly, his tail curling around Amin's wrist, and for a moment the mist parted, revealing a narrow trail lined with glowing stones. Leoya's eyes widened.
That's the path to the Star Spring.
She said, her voice barely above a breath. Amin looked down at Cole, whose golden eyes reflected the shimmering light.
You led us here?
He murmured, his throat tight with emotion. Cole's collar pulsed, and the mist swirled, parting completely to reveal the trail ahead, as if the valley itself had finally acknowledged their bond. The whispering grove pulsed with a quiet magic, as Amin and Cole stepped beneath the arching boughs of ancient trees, their trunks etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of blooming wild flowers and something older, something that made Amin's chest tighten with unspoken memories. Cole's tail twitched as he sniffed the ground, his ears perked forward, but Amin knelt beside him, placing a hand on his back.
It's okay.
He murmured, his voice soft.
We're here together.
Cole nuzzled his palm, his fur warm against Amin's skin, and the tension in the grove seemed to ease. A rustling sound drew their attention to a nearby tree, where a small fox lay curled, its fur matted with mud and its breath shallow. Amin's heart ached.
We'll help you.
He said, his voice firm, and Cole stepped closer, his presence a silent promise. The fox shivered but didn't pull away as Amin pressed his hand to its fur, his fingers trembling. Cole's paw joined his, their combined warmth seeping into the creature. A woman emerged from the shadows, her hair braided with leaves, her eyes reflecting the same ancient light as the trees.
The forest speaks to those who listen.
She said, her voice like wind through reeds.
And it also heals those who care.
She offered them a bundle wrapped in leaves, its edges damp from the mist. Amin's fingers brushed the bundle, and a sudden rush of warmth flooded him, as if the forest itself had blessed their bond. As they left the grove, the trees' whispers faded into a gentle hum, their words not a warning but a promise. Amin looked at Coal, his eyes glistening with unshed tears.
We're not alone.
He whispered, and Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist in a silent vow. The path ahead was uncertain, but here in the heart of the whispering grove they had found something precious, a reminder that even in the darkest places love could light the way. Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the forest, where the air felt heavier, thick, with the scent of damp earth and something ancient. The trees here were gnarled, their trunks twisted like the fingers of old men, and their leaves shimmered faintly in the dim light. Coal's tail stiffened, and his collar pulsed with a soft rhythmic glow. Amin frowned, reaching out to catch the light, only for a sudden wave of emotion to wash over him, memories not his own. He saw a girl, no older than himself, standing at the edge of a misty clearing, clutching a silver pendant etched with the same symbols that lined Coal's collar. The vision vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving Amin breathless. Coal nuzzled his hand, as if sensing his unease.
You're okay.
He murmured, though his voice was shaky.
It's just echoes of the past.
Before Amin could respond, a soft giggle echoed through the trees. A small girl, no more than 6 years old, stepped out from behind a cluster of ferns, her eyes wide with wonder.
You're the ones from the story.
She said, her voice barely above a whisper.
The ones who came to find the truth.
Amin hesitated.
You know about us?
The girl nodded.
I heard the trees tell the tale. They say you're looking for the star spring, and that you're connected to the girl who vanished long ago.
Her gaze flickered to Coal's color.
She was looking for her dog too.
Amin's heart pounded. The girl's words felt too much like a prophecy, but he could not shake the feeling that they were leading him somewhere, that would change everything. As the girl stepped closer, her presence seemed to hum with an energy that made the trees around them sway. Amin knelt, his fingers brushing the moss-covered ground, and the girl tilted her head, her expression curious.
You carry the same bond.
She said softly.
The one between you and your grandfather, and the one between you and her.
Amin's breath caught. He had always known his grandfather had been something special, but this was something else entirely. Coal's collar flared with light, and for a moment Amin saw a vision of his grandfather standing beside a guardian beast, their hands clasped in a solemn pact. The girl's eyes widened.
He was the first guardian.
She whispered.
And you're the next.
Amin looked at her, then at Coal, who was watching him with quiet understanding.
You are not alone in this.
Coal said softly.
We're in this together.
Amin felt the weight of his destiny settle, not as a burden, but as a promise. Amin and Coal stepped deeper into the whispering grove, the air thick with the scent of moss and something older, something ancient. The trees hummed around them, their leaves rustling in a way that felt like a conversation. Coal's tail twitched nervously, but Amin placed a hand on his back, offering reassurance. Suddenly the ground trembled, and the low growl echoed through the grove. From the shadows a massive creature emerged, its form shifting between solid and mist, its eyes glowing with silver light. Amin's breath caught in his throat.
Coal, what is this?
He whispered. The guardian beast let out a resonant growl, and Amin felt a pull in his chest, as if the creature was recognizing something within him. Coal's collar flared with light, and a vision flashed before Amin's Aishi's grandfather, standing beside the same beast, their hands clasped in a solemn pact.
You are the next guardian.
The beast's voice echoed in his mind. Amin swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes filled with quiet understanding.
You're not alone in this.
He said softly.
We're in this together.
Amin looked at him, the weight of his destiny settling not as a burden, but as a promise. The guardian beast stepped forward, its presence overwhelming, yet not hostile. Amin's fingers trembled as he reached for the leaf-wrapped bundle the Greenleaf tribe member had given him. He hesitated, then pressed it to the ground. The bundle unfurled, revealing a small silver pendant, etched with the same symbols as Coal's collar. The beast's eyes flickered with recognition, and the air around them shimmered.
You carry the blood of the first guardian.
It rumbled.
And you have the bond of a true companion.
Amin's heart pounded. He had always known his grandfather had been something special, but this was something else entirely. Coal's tail wrapped around his arm, a silent gesture of comfort.
We're in this together.
He said again, his voice steady. Amin nodded. The weight of his journey no longer a shadow, but a light. Amin and Coal trudged through the thickening mist, the air around them humming with an energy that made the hairs on Amin's arms rise. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, casting a soft blue glow that seemed to guide their path. Suddenly, the mist parted, revealing a clearing where an ancient tree stood, its roots twisting like serpents across the mossy ground. At its base a woman knelt, her silver hair braided with leaves and flowers that shimmered as if woven from moonlight. She looked up as they approached, her eyes deep as the forest itself.
You carry the blood of the first guardian.
She said, her voice a melody of wind and water. Amin hesitated, unsure how to respond, but the woman smiled, extending her hand. In her palm lay a small wooden box, its surface etched with the same symbols as Coal's collar.
This belongs to you.
She said, her tone gentle but firm. Amin's fingers trembled as he took the box, its weight oddly comforting.
It's a legacy.
The woman continued.
A bond between you and those who came before. Your grandfather knew this, and now, so will you.
Coal nuzzled Amin's leg, his eyes filled with quiet understanding.
We're ready.
Amin whispered, though his heart still thudded with uncertainty. The woman nodded, her gaze lingering on the pendant inside the box.
The forest remembers.
She said.
And it remembers the truth.
As she turned to leave, the mist closed behind her, leaving Amin and Coal alone with the box.
What do we do now?
Amin asked, his voice hushed. Coal tilted his head, then nudged the box with his nose.
We open it.
He said, his tone resolute. Amin's hands shook as he lifted the lid, revealing the pendant inside a silver locket that seemed to glow with the same light as the forest.
It's beautiful.
Amin murmured, but the woman's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk, the forest remembers the truth. Asterisk. He looked at Coal, who was watching him with unwavering trust.
We'll find out what it means.
Amin said, his voice steadier now, as they turned to leave. The ground beneath them shifted, and a sudden rustle in the underbrush made them freeze. A small, mischievous creature, fox-like beast, with fur as dark as the forest shadow, merged, its eyes gleaming with curiosity. It darted toward the pendant, its tiny paws quick.
No.
Amin lunged, but Coal was faster, leaping to block the creature's path. The beast snarled, its teeth bared, but Coal stood firm, his collar flaring with light.
Leave it alone.
Amin commanded, his voice firm. The creature hesitated, then darted away, disappearing into the mist. Amin exhaled, his heart still racing.
That was close.
He said, brushing dust from his hands. Coal nuzzled him, his tail wagging slightly.
We're in this together.
He said, his voice soft but certain. Amin smiled, the weight of the pendant in his hand feeling lighter now.
Together.
He echoed, and as they stepped deeper into the forest, the air around them seemed to hum with anticipation, as if the journey had only just begun. As Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the forest, the air thickened with an eerie stillness. The trees seemed to lean in their gnarled branches, casting long shadows that flickered with an unnatural glow. Strange spots of pale light pulsed on the mossy ground like the eyes of forgotten spirits. Coal's collar suddenly heated against Amin's palm, sending a jolt of warmth through his fingers. The dog's ears twitched violently, and he let out a low growl, turning his head toward an ancient tree whose bark was etched with symbols that shimmered faintly. Amin's breath caught as the tree's roots twisted unnaturally into the earth, as if something had once been buried there.
Coal, what is it?
Amin whispered, his voice barely above the rustling leaves. Coal's growl deepened, his tail stiffening as he took a step forward.
You're not alone in this.
He said, his tone steady but laced with an urgency Amin had never heard before.
The forest remembers things we've forgotten.
Amin swallowed hard, his mind racing with questions about the symbols on the tree and the strange warmth from Coal's collar.
Ling Liu Man was looking for you.
The wind carried the words from nowhere, and everywhere Amin's knees buckled as the memory of her voice wrapped around him like a shroud.
Coal, I'm sorry.
She whispered, and the trees seemed to shudder in response.
She believed you would find the truth.
The wind hissed, and Amin felt the weight of the past pressing against his chest like a stone.
You don't have to carry it alone.
Coal's voice was a soft anchor, his fur warm against Amin's trembling hand.
We're in this together.
Amin looked up at him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for him to choose between the silence of the past and the uncertain path ahead.
Ling Liu Man left something behind.
Amin murmured, his fingers brushing against the glowing spots on the ground.
Something the forest is trying to show us.
Coal's collar pulsed again, this time in time with Amin's heartbeat. And as the wind carried another whisper of Lin Lumen's voice, the ground beneath them trembled, revealing a faint outline of paw prints etched into the soil, leading deeper into the shadows, where the trees grew denser and the air hummed with a forgotten melody. Amin and Coal trudged through the dense forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth, and something odors, something that made Coal's collar pulse with an uneasy heat. The trees here were gnarled and ancient, their bark etched with symbols that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Coal's fur bristled as he growled low in his throat, his amber eyes fixed on a massive hollowed-out tree whose roots twisted like serpents around the ground. Amin hesitated, his hand hovering over Cole's back.
"What is it?"
he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Cole's growl deepened, and then, without warning, the tree's hollow trunk glowed with a soft, pulsing light. Amin's breath caught as the ground beneath them trembled, and a cluster of faint, glowing spots appeared in the underbrush, like fireflies frozen in time.
"This place, it's alive!"
Amin murmured, his fingers tightening around Cole's collar. The spots flickered, and the tree's glow intensified, casting long shadows that seemed to shift with every heartbeat.
"You're not the first to walk this path."
A voice echoed from the trees, though no one stood there. Amin turned, his heart pounding, as the glowing spots coalesced into the shape of a figure, a member of the Mistwood Guardians Alliance, their face obscured by the mist.
"The forest remembers."
The figure said, their voice like wind through leaves.
"And it remembers your bond."
Amin's eyes flicked to Cole, who was still growling, his tail stiff with tension.
"What does it mean?"
Amin asked, his voice trembling. The figure's gaze lingered on Cole's collar.
"The past is not forgotten.
They said.
It waits."
As the figure vanished, the glowing spots dimmed, leaving only the faint hum of the tree's ancient energy. Amin knelt, pressing his palm to the tree's trunk, and felt a surge of warmth like a memory pressing against his skin. Cole's growl softened, and he nuzzled Amin's hand, his eyes filled with quiet understanding.
"We're not alone.
He said, his voice steady.
The forest knows who we are."
Amin looked up, his heart pounding. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, but now he felt the weight of the past pressing against him, a promise and a warning intertwined. The forest had always been a place of quiet mysteries, but now it felt like it was holding its breath. Amin knelt beside the fox, its trembling body pressed against his chest as rain began to fall, the droplets cooling the earth and washing away the scent of fear that clung to the creature. Cole's tail curled around Amin's wrist, his fur damp but warm, a silent promise that he would never let go. The fox's eyes, wide and unblinking, mirrored Amin's own uncertainty, and for a moment the world narrowed to the sound of their shared heartbeat.
"You're safe now."
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the rain. The fox let out a soft whine, its tiny paws pressing into his palm as if seeking reassurance. Cole nuzzled the creature's side, his collar pulsing faintly, and Amin felt a strange surge of calm.
"We're not alone anymore."
He murmured, his words directed at both the fox and the shadows that seemed to watch from the trees. The woman from the Greenleaf tribe appeared at the edge of the clearing, her leaves braided into her hair, shimmering with the rain.
"The forest gives what it takes."
She said, her voice a low hum.
"But it also asks for something in return."
Amin looked down at the fox, its breath shallow, and felt a pang of fear. What if this was another test, another trial of trust? His mind flashed to the memory of Lynn Roman's voice, soft and distant, and he clenched his fists.
"I won't lose anyone else."
He said, his voice steady. The fox let out a small, shivering sigh, and Cole's collar flared brighter, as if in agreement. The woman tilted her head, her gaze unreadable.
"Then you must decide.
She said,
Will you carry the weight of the past?" Or will you let it carry you?
Amin's heart pounded. The rain fell harder now, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Amin knelt in the clearing, his fingers trembling as he cradled the memory shell, its surface warm against his palm. The bioluminescent fungi cast an eerie glow, illuminating the intricate patterns that seemed to shift like liquid silver. Cole's tail curled around his leg, his fur damp from the mist that clung to the air, and his eyes held a quiet intensity.
You're okay.
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves.
We're okay.
Cole nuzzled his hand, his breath warm against his skin, and for a moment the weight of the journey seemed to lift. The forest had always felt like a living thing, but now it felt like a mirror reflecting the bond between them. Amin's mind drifted to the rainy night months ago when Cole had fallen ill, his body shivering violently as Amin wrapped him in a blanket and whispered stories until his breathing steadied.
You're not alone.
Amin had said then, and now the words echoed in his chest. The shell pulsed, and a vision bloomed Lynn Leoman, standing at the edge of the clearing, her hand clutching the pendant that now rested in Amin's pocket. Her voice, soft as wind through leaves, whispered,
The past isn't gone. It's waiting.
Amin's breath hitched.
Lynn Roman.
He murmured, but the figure faded, leaving only the shell and the hum of the forest. Cole's collar flared, and Amin felt a surge of determination.
We have to find the truth.
He said, his voice steady. Cole barked once, a sound that resonated through the trees, and together they stepped into the mist, the shell's glow guiding their way. Amin and Cole stood at the edge of the floating stone bridge, its surface pulsing with a faint golden light that flickered like a heartbeat. Cole's tail was still, his ears pressed flat against his head as he stared intently at the far end of the bridge, where the mist curled like smoke around the ancient tree's roots. Amin glanced at the small, worn pendant in his pocket, its silver surface etched with the same symbols that lined Cole's collar. He had found it buried in the soil at the Whispering Grove weeks ago, and Cole had never let him touch it until now. As Amin reached for it, Cole's head snapped toward him, his eyes wide with an urgency that sent a shiver down Amin's spine.
You don't have to be perfect.
Cole murmured, his voice low but steady.
You just have to believe.
Amin's breath hitched. He had always trusted Cole. But what if the trial tested something deeper, something he wasn't ready to face? His fingers tightened around the pendant, and for a moment the bridge seemed to shift, the stones trembling as if waiting.
You're not alone.
Amin said, his voice barely above a whisper.
I know that now.
Cole's collar flared with light, and the bridge groaned, the first stone beneath Amin's foot trembling. He stepped forward, the weight of his fears pressing against him. The vision of Lin Yuomen flickered at the edge of his mind, her voice, her eyes, the pendant she had clutched in her hands.
You have to believe.
She had said.
In yourself. In us.
Amin's heart pounded as he moved, each step a test of trust. Cole's presence beside him was a steady anchor, his warmth radiating into Amin's chest. The bridge shuddered, the stones shifting beneath their feet. But they pressed on, the golden light from the final stone growing brighter with every step. At the center, the vision of Lin Loman materialized, her form flickering like a mirage.
You found me.
She whispered.
Just like I found you.
Amin's breath caught. The trial was not just about trust, it was about remembering, about healing, about the bond between owner and pet, past and present. As the light flared, Amin felt the weight of the past lift, and for the first time he knew he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Amin and Coal stood before the ancient tree, its silver-retched bark humming with a low, resonant energy that made the air vibrate. Coal's tail flicked slowly, his gaze fixed on the roots where the memory shell had been found, as if recalling something buried deep in the soil. Amy noticed the pendant from the Greenleaf tribe's gift resting in his pocket, its silver surface catching the light. He reached for it, but Coal nudged his hand gently, his eyes darting toward the tree.
You're not ready for that yet.
He murmured, his voice quiet but firm. Amin hesitated, then nodded, tucking the pendant away. Lin Loman's voice echoed again, softer now, and Coal's collar flared, its glow mirroring the tree's symbols.
You found me.
She whispered, stepping from the shadows, her form flickering like a mirage. Amin's breath caught.
You're not gone.
He said, his voice trembling. She smiled, her eyes reflecting the Star Spring's light.
I was waiting for you to remember.
She said. Amin's mind raced. Fragments of memories, colliding his grandfather's stories, the pendant symbols, Coal's unshakable bond.
Why did you leave?
He asked, his voice raw. Lin Weiman's gaze softened.
Because I believed in the bond between you and Coal. You're not just carrying my memory, you're continuing it.
Amin looked at Coal, who met his eyes with quiet certainty.
We're ready.
He said, his voice steady. The tree's glow intensified, and the pendant in Amin's pocket warmed, as if the past and present were finally aligning. The Mistwood Forest's thick canopy filtered sunlight into golden shafts that danced across the forest floor, illuminating the twisted roots and mossy stones. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, the beck's faint warmth a constant reminder of the mystery they pursued. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. Then a voice called out,
Hey, Coal, Amin, over here.
Awen emerged from the shadows, her orange cat. Orange perched on her shoulder like a tiny guardian. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped closer, her boots crunching over fallen twigs.
I've been following your journey.
She said, her voice a mix of curiosity and admiration.
That color—it's not just a relic, is it?
Amin hesitated, his fingers brushing Coal's fur, which had grown slightly damp from the humidity.
We're trying to find the truth about Lynn Roman.
He admitted, his voice quiet. Awen's expression softened, her gaze shifting to the collar.
I know more than you think.
She said, her tone earnest.
There's a rumor about a second collar hidden in the forest. If we find it, it might help you understand everything.
Coal's tail flicked once, a subtle gesture of trust, and Amin felt a flicker of hope. Memories serviced off the day he'd first met Coal, a scrawny dog shivering under a bush, his eyes wide with fear. Amin had knelt, offering a piece of bread, and Coal had nuzzled his hand, a quiet promise of companionship. Now, with Owen's words echoing in his mind, he realized this journey wasn't just about Lynn Romanide, was about the bond he and Coal had forged. As Owen knelt to scratch Orange's ears, the cat purring contentedly, Amin noticed a faint glimmer on the forest floor. A small rusted key lay half buried in the soil, its surface etched with symbols that mirrored those on Cole's collar.
What's that?
He asked, crouching to pick it up. Alwyn's eyes widened.
That's not just a key.
She said, her voice hushed.
It's a map to the sanctuary where Lynn Roman left her collar, but we'll need to be careful. This forest doesn't let just anyone pass.
As if to emphasize her words, a distant cry echoed through the tree. Asa lost squirrel, its tiny paw caught in a thorny vine. Without hesitation, Amin and Coal moved toward the sound, their hearts aligned in purpose. As Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the Mistwood Forest, the air thickened with an eerie stillness. The trees loomed taller, their twisted branches casting elongated shadows over the forest floor. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, feeling the faint warmth of the mysterious pecket. Suddenly, a soft rustling broke the silence, followed by the sound of a voice calling out.
Hey, call Amin over here.
Awen stepped into view, her orange cat Orange perched on her shoulder. She had been following their journey for some time, her curiosity piqued by the strange occurrences surrounding Amin and Coal.
I heard about the collar's abilities.
She said, her eyes alight with excitement.
I've been collecting stories about pets and their owners, and this is the most incredible one yet.
Amin hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had always been shy, and Awen's enthusiasm made him feel even more out of place. But Cole, sensing his unease, nudged his hand with his nose, offering a quiet reassurance. Slowly, Amin nodded.
We're trying to find the truth about Lin Blioman.
He admitted. Owen's expression softened.
I know more about her than you think.
She said.
I've been researching her disappearance and I found something in the Pet Partners Association's records. There's a rumor that she left behind a second collar hidden somewhere in the forest.
Amin's heart pounded.
A second collar?
Awen nodded.
If we can find it, it might help us uncover the full story.
She turned to Orange, who was already scratching at Amin's leg.
Don't worry, I've got you covered.
She said, gently lifting the cat.
Orange has been feeling a bit insecure lately, but I think he'll be just fine with you.
Amin smiled, the weight on his shoulders easing slightly as they continued their journey together. He felt a spark of hope. Perhaps this was the beginning of something greater. Amin's thoughts drifted to the nights he'd spent with Cole in the old cabin by the river, where the stars had always seemed closer than anywhere else. He remembered how Cole had curled beside him during thunderstorms, his steady breathing, a quiet promise that he'd never be alone again now, as the forest seemed to close in around them. He clung to that memory, even as the air grew colder and the shadows deeper.
You're not going to leave me.
He whispered to Cole, who nuzzled his hand with a soft whine. Awen's voice cut through the silence.
We should keep moving.
She said, her tone urgent.
The Echo Canyon is ahead, and I don't think we want to linger here.
Amin nodded, but as they pressed on the ground beneath their feet pulsed with an energy that made his skin prickle. Cole's collar began to glow faintly, its light flickering like a heartbeat. Amin's unease deepened as the forest around them seemed to shift, the trees leaning inward, their branches creating a narrow winding path that led deeper into the woods. It was as if the forest itself was guiding them, or perhaps warning them.
Is this the Echo Canyon?
Awen asked, her voice tinged with both curiosity and fear. She had heard stories about the place where sounds from the past could become physical manifestations.
If it is, we'll have to be careful.
Amin nodded, his grip tightening on Cole's collar as they stepped forward. The air grew colder, and the silence became oppressive. Then, without warning, a sound echoed through the canyon, a voice, distant but familiar. It was Lin Yuomen's voice, calling out in desperation.
Call, please, don't leave me.
Amin's heart clenched. Cole's collar flared brightly, and the dog let out a sharp bark, his body trembling as if caught between fear and determination. Amin knelt beside him, placing a hand on his back.
It's okay, Cole.
He murmured, his voice steady, despite the turmoil in his chest.
We're here. We're not going to leave you.
Cole's eyes met Amin's, and for a moment the weight of the past seemed to lift. He nuzzled Amin's hand. His tail relaxing slightly together, they pressed on, the echoes of the past lingering in the air, but no longer threatening to consume them. As Amin and Cole emerged from the dense undergrowth, the clearing revealed itself in a sudden burst of light, the trees forming a perfect circle around the abandoned shrine. The wooden structure creaked softly in the breeze, its roof swaying like a sleeping creature. Cole sniffed the air, his collar pulsing faintly, and Amin felt a strange pull toward the shrine, as if the forest itself was urging them forward. Awen, trailing behind with Orange, perched on her shoulder, let out a soft laugh.
Look at you, Cole.
She said, her voice tinged with amusement.
You're like a detective, aren't you? Always sniffing around for clues.
Cole wagged his tail, his ears twitching as he peered into the shrine's doorway. Amin hesitated, his fingers tightening around the collar.
What if this place is just a myth?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper.
What if we're wasting time?
Awen stepped closer, her eyes alight with determination.
You're not wasting time.
She said.
You're following the trail Lin Loman left behind, and I'm not letting you walk this path alone.
Her words steadied him, and he nodded, stepping forward with Cole at his side. Inside, the scent of herbs and damp earth filled the air, and the soft murmurs of the pets echoed like a lullaby. Old Zal knelt beside a blind dog, his hands moving in slow, deliberate motions, and Amin's heart ached at the sight.
This is Lamp.
Old Zal said, his voice gentle.
His owner passed away, but he still waits for someone to guide him.
Amin reached out, his fingers brushing against the dog's fur, and Cole let out a low whine, his tail curling around Amin's leg.
You're not alone anymore.
Amin whispered, his voice thick with emotion, as they ventured deeper into the sanctuary. A sudden rustle in the bushes made them freeze. A small fox darted out, its eyes gleaming with mischief, and it lunged for the silver collar on Cole's neck.
No.
Amin shouted, diving forward to block the fox, but Cole was faster, barking sharply and knocking the creature aside. Awen laughed, clapping her hands.
Well, that was dramatic.
She said, her eyes sparkling.
But I think Cole just proved he's more than just a stray dog.
Amin's chest swelled with pride as he looked at Cole, who was now nuzzling his hand, his tail wagging with quiet triumph. The fox slinked away, and Amin felt a surge of determination.
We're not just here to find the truth.
He said, his voice firm.
We're here to help everyone who's been left behind.
Amin's fingers trembled as he reached for the silver collar, its surface cool and smooth beneath his touch. The memory tree's symbols pulsed faintly, casting a soft glow that illuminated the shrine's ancient floor. Old Zal's voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk.
This is a place of remembrance, where pets who have lost their way find closure.
Asterisk. Amin's heart ached as the collar trembled in his hands and the chime rang out, filling the air with a vision of Lin Newman's voice. Asterisk.
I'll come back for you.
Asterisk. Cole's fur bristled, his tail stiffening as he watched Amin, his eyes wide with something that looked like recognition.
We're going to find the truth.
Amin whispered, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside him. Cole nuzzled his hand, a quiet promise. Suddenly, a rustling in the trees made them freeze. A small, fox-like creature darted out, its fur shimmering with mischief.
Not again.
Alwyn muttered, stepping forward. The fox bared its teeth, circling them like a predator.
Coal, stay with me.
Amin said, his voice firm. Cole growled, his collar flaring with light. The fox hissed, but Cole lunged, tackling it with a bark that sent the creature fleeing into the shadows.
You saved us.
Amin breathed, kneeling to scratch Cole's ears.
You're not alone.
He said, his voice thick with determination. As they pressed on, the stream ahead glistened under the shrine's glow.
We'll cross it together.
Amin said, gripping Cole's collar. The water was cold, the rocks slippery, but Cole's paws found purchase with uncanny precision.
You're doing great.
Amin encouraged, his breath visible in the chill air. Cole whined, his tail wagging as he nudged Amin forward. When they reached the other side, the collar's light flared again, and Lynn Roman's voice echoed once more. Asterisk!
I never stopped believing in you.
Asterisk. Amin's eyes welled with tears.
We'll find you.
He whispered, his resolve unshakable. As Amin and Cole stepped through the archway, the air shimmered with an energy that felt ancient and alive. The trees around them pulsed faintly, their bark etched with glowing symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Cole's collar flared suddenly, its warmth seeping into Amin's palm as if the becket itself were reacting to the forest's presence. A few paces ahead, a massive tree stood rooted in the center of the clearing, its trunk covered in strange, glowing spots that pulsed in rhythm with the collar's light. Awen crouched beside the tree, her fingers brushing against the bark.
These markings, they're not natural.
She murmured, her voice tinged with awe.
They look like paw prints, but they're too precise, too deliberate.
Amin knelt beside her, his eyes scanning the symbols.
They're not just marks.
He said, his voice low.
They're a map or a warning.
Cole let out a low growl, his fur bristling as he sniffed the air. The collar's glow intensified, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees. Awen's gaze flicked to Amin.
You think this has something to do with the symbiosis pact?
She asked.
The stories say the guardian beast was bound to protect the balance of the world. If Cole is a descendant, maybe this is a test.
Amin's fingers tightened around the collar.
Or a reminder
He whispered.
of what was lost.
His mind raced with questions. Why had the symbols appeared now? Why had Cole led them here? The forest seemed to hold its breath, the glowing spots on the tree deepening into a pattern that felt almost like a heartbeat. A sudden rustling in the underbrush made Amin turn sharply. A stone tablet, half buried in the roots of the tree, emerged as if the forest itself had shifted to reveal it. The surface was covered in faded carvings, but one phrase stood out. Asterisk.
The pact is not broken, but forgotten.
Asterisk. Cole's growl grew louder, his tail stiffening as he stepped toward the tablet. Amin's heart pounded.
What if this is the key?
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
What if the past isn't just history? It's a path forward.
The glowing spots on the tree flared brighter, and for a moment, Amin felt as though the forest was watching, waiting. Then a shadow moved at the edge of the clearing, and the air grew heavy with the promise of something yet to come. As they pressed deeper into the Mistwood Forest, the air thickened with an unnatural stillness, the kind that made every breath feel like a whisper to the trees. Glowing spots flickered in the underbrush, like embers caught in the wind, and Coal's collar suddenly heated against Amin's palm, its faint pulse sensing with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Owen's voice broke the silence.
Did you see that? Those lights, they're not natural.
Her eyes darted to the shadows, where the glowing spots seemed to pulse in time with the forest's unseen breath. Amin swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Coal, whose fur bristled as if sensing something beyond their sight.
Maybe it's the guardian beast energy.
Amin said, his voice trembling.
Old Zhao mentioned the symbiosis pact, how the forest remembers every bond, every loss.
Coal let out a low whine, his tail curling tightly around Amin's leg, and Amin felt a shiver crawl up his spine.
You're not alone.
He whispered, though the words felt hollow against the weight of the unknown. Owen knelt, brushing her fingers against the moss-covered ground, where faint paw prints glowed faintly, as if etched by moonlight.
These prints, they're fresh,
She murmured.
but they lead nowhere.
Emma's mind raced, the mystery of Lin Yuman's collar intertwining with the strange symbols on the memory tree. Then from the shadows a low growl rumbled a sound that felt like the forest itself was warning them. Coal's collar flared brighter, its light cutting through the gloom, and Amin's heart pounded as he realized the creature stepping from the trees was not a beast, but a reflection of something ancient, something tied to Coal's past.
You're the descendant.
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible.
Of the guardian.
The creature's silver eyes locked onto him, and for a moment the forest seemed to hold its breath. Amin knelt in the soft moss, Coal's trembling body pressed against his chest as the forest trembled with unseen energy. Rain had begun to fall, the droplets clinging to the leaves above, but neither of them moved. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, its glow a fragile beacon in the darkness. Amin's fingers traced the dog's fur, whispering.
You're not alone.
As if the words could anchor them both, Coal nuzzled his hand, his breath warm against Amin's palm, a silent promise that no matter how the world shifted, they would face it together. The rain soaked through Amin's clothes, but he didn't care. He held Coal tighter, the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future dissolving into the simple truth of their bond.
Coal is not just a dog.
Old Zal said, his voice low as he stood beside them.
He is a living memory of the symbiosis pact, a bridge between the old world and the one we live in now. His grandfather, Lin Shan, was the last guardian beast, and Coal carries his legacy.
Amin looked up, his eyes searching the elder's face.
But what does that mean for us?
He asked. Old Zal's gaze softened.
It means you are not just finding the truth about Lin Lumen. You are part of a story that has been waiting to be told.
Alwyn crouched nearby, her voice trembling with awe.
Coal's collarets not just an becht. It's a key to the past, to the future, to everything that was lost.
She reached out, her fingers hovering near the glowing metal.
If we can unlock it, we might find more than just answers. We might find a way to heal what was broken.
Amin's grip on Coal tightened.
Then, let's do it.
He said, his voice steady. Coal let out a low whine, his tail curling around Amin's leg as if agreeing. Amin's mind raced. He had always felt like an outsider, a boy who had lost his parents and found a stray dog in the streets. But now, standing at the edge of something ancient and powerful, he saw the truth. Coal was not just a companion. He was a part of something greater, a link to a world that had been forgotten. And Amin, for all his fears, was the one who had been chosen to walk this path. He looked down at Coal, who was watching him with unwavering trust.
We're not alone.
Amin whispered the words, a vow as much as a reassurance. The forest around them seemed to shift, the trees leaning inward as if listening. A low rumble echoed through the air, and Amin's heart pounded. Coal's collar flared brighter, its light cutting through the darkness. Amin felt a surge of determination. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it, not as a boy lost in the world, but as a guardian in his own right. As the archway's silver glow pulsed like a heartbeat, Amin knelt beside, Coal his fingers tracing the intricate symbols on the dog's collar, the warmth of the becket seeping into his palm like a promise. Coal's fur trembled slightly, but his tail curled around Amin's wrist, a silent vow of loyalty. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if the very air was waiting for the next step. Amin's eyes flickered to Awen, who stood a few paces back, her hands clasped tightly around Orange's collar, the cat's purring a soft counterpoint to the tension.
You're not just a dog, Coal.
Amin whispered, his voice rough with the weight of unspoken truth.
You're part of something bigger than me.
Coal let out a low whine, his nose pressing into Amin's palm as if to say, Asterisk, I know. Asterisk Aylin's voice cut through the silence.
That creature back there, it didn't attack because of you. Amin, it hesitated because of him.
She gestured to Coal.
The guardian beast's legacy isn't just in blood, it's in bond.
Amin's chest tightened as he recalled the nights spent huddled with Coal in the rain, the dog's shivering body pressed against his own, the way his whimpers had faded into silence. When Amin whispered, Asterisk, I'm here, Asterisk. Those memories now felt like a fragile thread holding him together.
If we're going through that archway,
Amin said, his voice steady.
we do it together.
Coal's eyes met his, and for a moment the world narrowed to the space between them, a pact forged in fear and trust as the forest seemed to lean closer, the archway's symbols glowing brighter, the air thick with the scent of ancient earth, and something else, a something alive. Amin's breath caught as the creature emerged again, its silver eyes locking onto them, but this time Coal's collar flared with a light that mirrored the beast's gaze, and Amin knew with a certainty that shook him the past was not just a shadow, it was a door, and he was finally ready to walk through it. As Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the Mistwood Forest, the air grew thick with an eerie stillness. The trees loomed taller, their twisted branches casting elongated shadows over the forest floor. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, feeling the faint warmth of the mysterious pack. Suddenly, a soft rustling broke the silence, followed by the sound of a voice calling out.
Hey, Coal! Amin! Over here!
Awan stepped into view, her orange cat Orange perched on her shoulder. She had been following their journey for some time, her curiosity piqued by the strange occurrences surrounding Amin and Coal.
I heard about the collar's abilities.
She said, her eyes alight with excitement.
I've been collecting stories about pets and their owners, and this is the most incredible one yet.
Amin hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had always been shy, and Owen's enthusiasm made him feel even more out of place. But Coal, sensing his unease, nudged his hand with his nose, offering a quiet reassurance. Slowly, Amin nodded.
We're trying to find the truth about Lin Ryoman.
He admitted. Owen's expression softened.
I know more about her than you think.
She said.
I've been researching her disappearance, and I found something in the Pet Partners Association's records. There's a rumor that she left behind a second collar, hidden somewhere in the forest.
Amin's heart pounded.
A second collar?
Owen nodded.
If we can find it, it might help us uncover the full story.
She turned to Orange, who was already scratching at Amin's leg.
Don't worry, I've got you covered.
She said, gently lifting the cat.
Orange has been feeling a bit insecure lately, but I think he'll be just fine with you.
Amin smiled, the weight on his shoulders easing slightly as they continued their journey together. He felt a spark of hope. Perhaps this was the beginning of something greater. Amin's gaze drifted to Coal, who was staring intently at a patch of forest floor where a faint glimmer caught his eye. The dog's collar pulsed faintly as if responding to something unseen. Amin knelt beside him, watching as Coal's nose twitched, his paws shifting restlessly.
What is it?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Coal let out a low whine, his tail stiffening as he dug at the earth with his claws. Amin's heart raced.
Wait, there's something here.
He murmured, brushing away leaves to reveal a small silver object half buried in the soil. It was a collar, identical to the one Coal wore, but older, its edges worn with time. Owen crouched beside him, her eyes widening.
This is Lin Loman's collar.
She breathed. Amin's fingers trembled as he picked it up, the weight of the past pressing down on him.
Coal,
He whispered.
why did you bring this to me?
The dog's ears flicked toward him, his eyes soft with an unspoken understanding. Amin's mind reeled. He had always felt a strange connection to Coal, but now, as the collar's faint chime echoed through the trees, he realized the truth had been waiting for him all along. As Amin and Coal stood beneath the ancient archway, the air thick with an energy that made the hairs on Amin's arms rise. Coal's tail flicked slowly, his ears twitching toward the shadows beyond the trees. Amin knelt, brushing a hand over the dog's fur, noting how his muscles tensed, as if bracing for something unseen.
You are nervous.
Amin murmured, his voice low. Coal whined softly, his gaze fixed on the forest ahead, where the silver light seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Owen, standing nearby, adjusted the strap of her satchel, her eyes scanning the trees.
You know,
She said, her tone casual but edged with curiosity.
I've always wondered if pets could sense things humans couldn't, like the past or maybe even the future.
Amin glanced at her, then back at Coal, whose collar flared briefly, casting a faint glow on the ground. Old Zhao's voice cut through the silence.
The Guardian's legacy isn't just in blood or memory, it's in the bond between pet and owner. That's why Cole chose you.
Amin's breath caught. He had always thought of Coal as a stray, a dog who had found him, but now the words felt like a key unlocking something buried deep. His mind raced. Recalling the way Coal had nuzzled him in the shrine, the way his collar had glowed when Lynn Roman's voice echoed through the canyon. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying the scent of rain and earth. Coal's fur bristled, his body rigid, Amin's heart pounded. Then from the shadows a soft rustling Coal lunged, his collar blazing with light as a hidden figure emerged, clutching a silver pendant that shimmered with the same symbols as the memory tree.
Lin Yuman's second color.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling. Cole's eyes met his, and in that moment, Amin understood. This wasn't just about finding the truth. It was about becoming the guardian himself. The forest had grown quieter as Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the ancient glade, where the air shimmered with an almost imperceptible glow. The trees here were older, their gnarled roots twisting like the fingers of forgotten guardians, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden ribbons that danced on the forest floor. Amin's breath caught in his throat as he stepped closer to the massive stone tablet at the center of the clearing, its surface covered in intricate carvings that pulsed faintly with an inner light. Cole's tail stiffened, his ears twitching as he sniffed the air.
Something's here.
He murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Amin nodded, his heart pounding as he reached for the tablet, and as his fingers made contact, a soft glow spread across the surface, revealing the words of a long-lost diary. Lynn Roman's handwriting was etched into the stone, her words filled with both sorrow and determination.
The forest is not just a place. It is a living memory. My family would not understand. They fear what I have found. But I cannot turn back now. The barrier is weakening, and if I do not act, the valley will be lost.
Amin's hands trembled as he read on, his mind racing with questions. Coal nestled his shoulder, his presence a quiet reassurance.
You're not alone.
He said, his voice gentle. Amin exhaled, his shoulders relaxing. He had spent so long fearing the past, but now, with Coal by his side, he felt a sliver of hope. As they stepped back, a rustling in the trees caught their attention. A young researcher emerged from the shadows, her glasses glinting in the dim light.
You found the tablet.
She said, her voice filled with awe.
I'm Agi from the Ancient Legends Research Society. This diary, it's a piece of history.
Amin hesitated, then nodded.
We need to understand what Lin Liuman was trying to do.
Oji's eyes softened.
Then come with me. There's more to uncover.
Amin looked at Coal, who was watching him with a steady gaze.
You're not just the next guardian.
He said.
You're part of something bigger.
Amin's chest tightened with emotion. He had always thought of the guardians as distant figures, but now as he looked at Coal's steady gaze, he realized the legacy was not just about power or duty. It was about the trust between owner and pet. Aji crouched beside the tablet, her fingers tracing the carvings.
These symbolists, they're not just decorative, they're warnings.
She pointed to a section of the tablet where the glow was strongest.
This part here, it's a map. Lin Loman was trying to reach the Star Spring, but she didn't know the valley's memory was fading.
Amin's mind raced.
If the barrier is weakening, the valley's past is disappearing. That means the bond between owner and pet is breaking.
Coal's tail curled around Amin's leg.
We have to find out what she discovered before it's too late.
Amin nodded, his resolve hardening. He had spent so long running from his grandfather's legacy, but now with Coal by his side, he was ready to face whatever came next. As they turned to follow Aji, the tablet pulsed again, and a new passage appeared etched in Lin Roman's handwriting.
The barrier is not just a wall, it is a memory. If I do not return, the past will be lost forever.
Amin's breath caught in his throat. The past was not just something to be feared, it was something to be understood, and with Coal by his side, he was ready to face it. The glade was bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, the ancient trees casting long shadows that danced across the mossy ground. Amin sat cross-legged beside the tablet, his fingers tracing the carved lines of Linyoman's words, the air around them thick with the weight of history. Coal lay curled at his feet, his tail wrapped loosely around Amin's leg, a silent but steadfast presence. The tablet's glow pulsed faintly, as though it were alive, and Amin's breath hitched as he read again, asterisk.
The barrier is not just a wall, it is a memory.
Asterisk, his grandfather's legacy loomed over him, a shadow he had spent years trying to outrun.
I don't know if I can do this,
he whispered, his voice trembling. Coal's ears twitched, and he nuzzled Amin's hand gently.
You don't have to be perfect.
He said, his voice a low rumble.
You just have to be brave enough to try.
Amin closed his eyes, the words settling in his chest like a balm. He had spent so long fearing the past, afraid of what it might bring, but now, with Coal's warmth against him, he felt something shift a quiet resolve. A rustling in the trees made them both turn. An older man stepped into the clearing, his face lined with the wisdom of years, a worn journal clutched in his hands.
You've come a long way, boy.
He said, his voice steady.
And you're not alone.
Amin's heart pounded as he took the journal, the faded ink on its pages whispering of a time when the valley had been both sanctuary and trial, as he flipped through the pages. A memory surfaced, his grandfather's hands, calloused and firm, guiding him as a child through the forest, teaching him to listen to the wind, to trust the silence between the trees. That bond had been the foundation of everything, and now, as he looked at Coal's steady gaze, he understood. It was not just about legacy, it was about the trust between owner and pet, the unspoken promises that had shaped the valley for generations. A soft rustling in the underbrush drew their attention, and Amin's eyes widened as a small fox emerged, its paw caught in a tangle of roots. Without hesitation, Coal pushed himself to his feet, his movements fluid as he approached the creature.
We need to help it.
Amin said, his voice firm. Together they worked, Coal's claws digging into the earth to free the fox, Amin's hands steady as he gently untangled the roots. The fox blinked up at them, its amber eyes filled with gratitude, and as it disappeared into the trees, Amin felt a flicker of hope. The past was not just something to be feared, it was something to be understood, and with Coal by his side, he was ready to face whatever came next. Amin and Ol crouched beside the ancient tablet, its faint glow illuminating the intricate carvings as old Zal's journal lay open between them. The air hummed with the weight of Lin Yoman's final words, and Amin's fingers traced the etched symbols, his mind racing. Coal's tail flicked impatiently, his ears twitching as he glanced toward the trees.
We should move.
He said, his voice low.
The forest isn't waiting for us.
Amin hesitated, then nodded, his heart pounding. As they rose, a sudden rustle in the underbrush made them freeze. A small creature, no larger than a fox, darted between the roots, its fur shimmering with iridescent colors. Coal's eyes narrowed.
That's not a normal animal.
He muttered. Before Amin could respond, the creature leaped, knocking over a cluster of stones.
Wait.
Amin called, but Coal was already moving, his claws digging into the moss as he pursued the beast. Amin scrambled after him, his breath ragged as they chased the creature through a tangle of thorny vines.
Hold on.
He shouted, dodging a branch that whipped past his face. Coal barked a sharp laugh, his tail swishing as he dodged a thorned bramble.
You're faster than I thought.
Amin gasped, his heart hammering.
I've had practice.
Coal shot back, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The creature darted toward a narrow stream, its waters glinting in the fading light.
We can't let it get away.
Amin said, his voice urgent. Coal nodded, his ears flaring.
Then we cross together.
As they reached the stream, Amin's boots slipped on the slick stones, but Coal's paw caught his wrist, steadying him.
You're not alone.
Coal said, his voice steady. Amin exhaled, his shoulders relaxing together. They waded across, the water cold against their skin, the creature vanishing into the trees. As they emerged on the other side, Amin turned to Coal, his eyes wide.
How did you know to follow it?
He asked. Coal's tail curled around his leg, his smile soft.
Because I trust you.
He said.
And I know you trust me.
Amin's chest tightened, his thoughts swirling with the weight of the past and the promise of the future. He had always feared the legacy of the Guardians, but now, with Coal by his side, he felt something he hadn't in years' hope. Amin knelt beside the stream, his boots sinking into the damp moss as he peered at the rushing water. Coal poked his nose into the current, his whiskers twitching as he barked a sharp, playful yip.
Wait.
Amin called, his voice tinged with both exasperation and amusement.
You can't just leap in like that. You'll get swept away.
Coal tilted his head, his tail flicking lazily as if debating the point, then lunged forward, splashing into the stream with a delighted yowl. Amin groaned, scrambling after him, his boots skidding on the slippery stones.
Cool. Come back.
He shouted, but the fox had already darted downstream, his laughter echoing off the trees. Amin waded in, the cold water biting at his ankles, and grabbed Coal by the scruff, hauling him back onto the bank.
You're impossible.
He muttered, shaking his head as Coal wriggled free, his fur dripping and eyes gleaming with mischief.
But I suppose I should be grateful?
Amin added, a smile tugging at his lips.
You're the only one who's ever managed to make me laugh here.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist like a promise.
You're not alone.
He said, his voice a low rumble.
We're in this together.
Amin's chest tightened, the weight of the past pressing against his ribs. But as he looked into Coal's bright eyes, he felt a flicker of something lighter, something stubborn.
Then, let's keep moving.
He said, gripping Coal's collar as they turned toward the forest. The trees thickened ahead, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers, and Amin's breath caught as a rustling in the undergrowth made him freeze. Coal's fur bristled, his ears flat against his head.
Something's there.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the wind. Amin nodded, his hand tightening on his satchel. The forest had always been full of secrets, but now, with Coal by his side, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. As they stepped deeper, the air grew heavier, the scent of pine and earth thickening around them. Amin's boots crunched over fallen leaves as he scanned the shadows, his heart pounding. Then, a flicker of movement, a small fox-like creature darted between the trees, its eyes glinting with a mischievous light.
A fox?
Amin muttered, his voice tinged with surprise. Coal's tail stiffened, his ears twitching as he crouched low, muscles coiling like springs.
It's not a threat,
Amin said, his voice steady.
but we need to be careful.
The creature paused, its tail flicking as if weighing its options, then darted forward, knocking over a cluster of stones with a sharp asterisk clatter asterisk. Amin's eyes narrowed.
It's testing us.
He said, his voice low. Cole's ears twitched, and he turned to Amin, his dark eyes filled with quiet understanding.
We have to outsmart it.
He said.
Together.
Amin nodded, his mind racing. The fox had been a part of the valley's legends, a trickster that only the most bonded of owner-pet pairs could outwit.
Then let's show it what we're made of.
Amin said, his voice firm. He reached for a fallen branch, holding it out as a distraction, while Coal crept forward, his movements silent as a shadow. The fox hissed, its tail flicking in irritation. But as Amin tossed the branch into the air, Coal lunged, pouncing with a grace that left Amin breathless. The fox yowled, darting into the undergrowth, and Amin let out a shaky laugh.
You're amazing,
he said, his voice thick with awe. Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist.
You're not alone.
He said, his voice a soft rumble.
We're in this together.
Amin's chest tightened, the weight of the past pressing against his ribs. But as he looked into Coal's bright eyes, he felt a flicker of something lighter, something stubborn.
Then let's keep moving,
he said, gripping Coal's collar as they turned toward the forest. The forest had grown darker as Amin and Coal ventured deeper, the air thick with the scent of damp moss, and something older, something forgotten. Coal's tail stiffened as he paused, his ears twitching toward a gnarled tree whose bark shimmered with faint, pulsing light. A low growl rumbled from his throat, a sound that made Amin's pulse quicken.
What is it?
he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Coal's eyes locked onto the tree, his fur bristling.
A tree. It's not just old.
he said, his voice tight.
It's watching us.
Amin's fingers brushed against the strange glow on the tree's surface, and a sudden warmth seeped into his skin, as if the wood itself was alive. He pulled back, his breath unsteady.
You felt this before, haven't you?
He pressed, his mind racing. Coal's gaze dropped to the ground, where a faint, glowing spot had appeared near his paws.
I don't remember.
He admitted, his voice soft.
But I know this place isn't meant for us.
Amin's heart pounded. The tablet's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk, the valley is not just a place. It is a living memory. Asterisk, he turned to Coal, his eyes searching.
What if this is where Ling Loman disappeared?
he asked. Coal's tail curled around Amin's leg, his expression unreadable.
Then we need to be careful.
He said.
Because the past doesn't forget.
As they moved forward, the glow from the tree intensified, and Amin's Kalara relic from his grandfather began to warm, its metal edges humming with a strange ancient energy. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the glade, the air thick with an eerie stillness that made the trees seem to hold their breath. Coal's fur bristled as he growled low, his gaze fixed on an ancient oak whose bark shimmered with faint, pulsing light. The ground beneath their feet crackled with energy, and as Amin stepped forward, a cluster of glowing spots appeared in the underbrush, like fireflies trapped in a web of shadows. Coal's tail stiffened, and his collar, worn and weathered, began to hum with a warmth that made Amin's skin prickle.
What is it?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Coal's ears twitched, and he turned to face him, his dark eyes reflecting the strange glow.
This tree, it feels wrong.
He said, his voice steady, but laced with unease.
Like it's holding something back.
Amin's heart pounded as he recalled the tablet's words about the valley being a living memory. He glanced at the glowing spots, their light flickering like a heartbeat.
Couldn't this be part of the trial?
He asked, his mind racing. Cole's tail curled around Amin's leg, a silent reassurance.
We have to trust each other.
He said,
No matter what.
as Amin's fingers brushed the totem, the forest seemed to exhale, and the glowing spots coalesced into a path leading deeper into the trees. Amin's breath caught in his throat. He had always thought of trust as something fragile, something that could be broken with a single mistake. But now, as he looked at Cole's steady gaze, he realized that trust was not just about believing in another, it was about believing in the bond between them. The air around them shimmered, and the totem pulsed with a golden light, as if the forest itself was watching, waiting. Amin took a step forward, his heart pounding with a strange sense of peace. He had spent so long fearing the past, afraid of what it might bring, but now, with Cole by his side, he felt a strange sense of peace. The trial was not about strength or power, it was about trust. And as Amin and Coal stood together, their bond stronger than ever, he knew that they would face whatever came next, together. Amin's fingers trembled as he traced the ancient carvings on the tablet, the weight of the past pressing against his chest like a stone. Coal's tail curled tightly around his leg, his dark eyes reflecting the faint glow of the stone, a silent promise that he would never leave. Rain began to fall, soft and steady, turning the moss beneath them into a slick, silver blanket. Amin pulled Coal closer, his fur damp and cold, but his purr was a steady rhythm against Amin's palm.
You're not alone.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the patter of rain. Coal nuzzled his hand, his nose warm against Amin's skin, and for a moment the world felt still. The trees whispered secrets in the wind, and Amin could almost hear Lin Luman's voice, urging him forward.
I know.
Coal murmured, his breath a soft puff of air.
But we have to keep going.
Amin nodded, his throat tight. He had spent years running from the truth of his grandfather's legacy, but now with Coal by his side, he felt the weight of it settle into something he could carry. Mr. Bai stood at the edge of the clearing, his face lined with the years of regret.
You don't have to carry this alone.
He said, his voice heavy with sorrow.
The Guardians are not just a title, they are a bond.
Amin looked at Coal, who met his gaze with unwavering trust.
You're part of something bigger.
Coal said, his voice steady.
And I'm not letting you go.
Amin exhaled, his heart pounding with a strange mix of fear and hope. The past was not just something to be feared, it was something to be understood, and with Coal by his side, he was ready to face whatever came next. The glade was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, the ancient trees casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. Amin sat cross-legged on the mossy ground, Coal curled beside him, his fur damp from the lingering mist of the evening. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and for a moment It felt as though time had paused. Holding its breath, Amin's fingers traced the worn edges of the tablet. His mind drifting to memories of nights spent in the rain, Coal trembling in his arms, his fur matted with water, but his eyes steady. As if to say, I'm here. No matter what, Now, as the wind rustled the leaves, Coal nuzzled Amin's hand, his warmth a quiet reassurance.
You are not alone.
He murmured, his voice low, and Amin felt the words settle into his chest like a promise. Mr. Bai approached, his steps slow, deliberate.
The past is not a burden.
He said, his voice tinged with something between sorrow and hope.
It's a bridge. You've already crossed it, Amin, with Coal by your side.
Amin looked down at the tablet, his heart aching with the weight of all they had uncovered. He thought of the nights when Coal had been sick, his breath shallow, his body weak, and Amin had stayed by his side, whispering stories until the fever broke. How could he ever repay that loyalty? He glanced at Coal, who was watching him with unwavering trust, and felt a surge of gratitude.
We'll face it together.
Amin said, his voice steady. Coal's tail wrapped around his leg, and for a moment the world felt still. The echoes of the past and the promise of the future merging into one. The forest had grown unnervingly still, the usual rustle of leaves and distant calls of birds replaced by an eerie silence that pressed against Amin's skin like a held breath. Coal's ears twitched, his dark eyes fixed on a patch of moss-covered ground where a small weathered journal lay half buried beneath fallen leaves. Amin, crouched beside him, had been tracing the carvings on the tablet when Coal's sudden stillness pulled his gaze. The cat's tail, usually a restless coil of energy, was now rigid, his whiskers twitching as if catching a scent invisible to Amin.
You're staring at that journal again.
Amin muttered, his voice low. Coal didn't respond, his focus unblinking. Amin reached for the journal, his fingers brushing against its cracked leather cover, and a memory surfaced, his grandfather's voice, distant but clear.
Some stories are meant to be found, not read.
Alan's voice cut through the air, sharp with urgency.
That journal, it's not just old. It's asterisk. Alive asterisk.
Amin froze, the weight of her words settling in his chest. Coal's tail curled tightly around his wrist, his eyes flicking to the tablet, then back to the journal.
You don't have to carry this alone.
He said, his voice a whisper. Amin's breath hitched. The journal trembled in his grip, its pages fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. Amin's mind raced. Was this a test, a gift, a warning? His grandfather's words echoed again, and for the first time he understood. The past wasn't a burden. It was a bridge. Amin stood at the edge of the glade, the wind tugging at his sleeves as Coal's tail curled tightly around his leg, his dark eyes fixed on the ancient tablet. The air had grown still, the usual rustle of leaves replaced by an eerie silence that made Amin's skin prickle. He glanced at Coal, who suddenly stiffened, his ears twitching as if listening to something unseen. Amin followed his gaze, his breath catching as a faint shimmer flickered across the tablet's surface. Coal's tail uncoiled, his paws pressing into the earth, and he let out a low, almost imperceptible growl. Amin's fingers brushed against the journal in his pocket, the worn leather cool beneath his touch. He had found it in the ruins of the old guardian's lodge, tucked inside a hollowed-out stone, its pages filled with his grandfather's notes. Now, as the tablet pulsed with a soft golden light, Amin felt a strange pull, as though the past was reaching for him.
"You're sure about this?"
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Cole's ears flicked backward, his gaze unwavering.
"The past isn't just something to be feared."
He said, his voice steady.
"It's something to be understood."
Amin exhaled, his fingers tightening around the journal. He had always thought of the guardians as distant figures, but now, with Cole by his side, he felt the weight of their legacy pressing down on him as the tablet's glow intensified. A soft rustling in the trees made him turn. Mr. Bai stepped into the clearing, his eyes filled with quiet determination.
"You've come a long way,
He said, his voice steady.
and you're not alone."
Ammon's heart pounded as he looked at the man who had once been Lin Loman's father, the man who had tried to stop her from finding the Star Spring.
"You knew what was happening."
He said, his voice filled with quiet accusation.
"You knew she was trying to save the valley."
Mr. Bai's expression softened, and he nodded.
"I did, and I failed her.
His eyes flickered with pain.
But I still have a chance to make things right."
Amin looked at Cole, who was watching him with quiet understanding. The past was not something to be feared. It was something to be understood. And with Cole by his side, he was ready to face whatever came next. Amin's breath hitched as he stood at the edge of the abandoned shrine, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood. Mr. Bai's hands trembled as he held the vial of Oblivion's spray, its silver liquid swirling like a trapped star.
"This is for the best."
Mr. Bai murmured, his voice frayed with regret.
"If Cole remembers Lin Leoman, it will only bring pain."
Amin clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening.
"You can't just erase his memories."
He said, his voice steady, despite the storm in his chest.
"Cole isn't just a past part of this story. He deserves to remember."
Cole stepped forward, his silver star-like spots glowing faintly, his tail stiff as he nuzzled Ammon's hand. The collar around his neck pulsed, a heartbeat synced to Ammon's own. Mr. Bai's eyes darkened.
"You don't understand, Amin. Lin Leoman's disappearance was a tragedy. If Cole remembers her, it will only reopen wounds that should stay buried."
Amin's throat tightened, but he didn't look away.
"Then help me find her instead of trying to forget her."
Odzal, who had been watching silently, finally spoke.
"I've seen what happens when memories are erased."
He said, his voice low but firm.
They don't just vanish, they leave behind echoes. And sometimes those echoes are the only thing that keeps a bond alive.
He knelt beside Cole, his fingers tracing the edges of the collar.
"You're not alone, boy. You never were."
Cole's ears twitched, and he gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Amin's chest ached with the weight of the moment, but he knew he couldn't turn back now. He had to find the truth, no matter how painful it might be. As the sun dipped behind the ancient trees, casting long shadows across the shrine's stone floor, Amin's thoughts drifted to the first time he'd met Koala's stray dog with eyes like liquid silver trembling in the rain outside a wooden cabin. He had been alone then, too, but Cole had chosen him, and that choice had shaped everything. Now, as the vial's glow flickered, and the shrine seemed to hold its breath, Amin felt the same quiet certainty. Cole's trust was a bridge, and he would not let it be broken. The air in the abandoned shrine was thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood. the sunlight filtering through broken windows in fractured beams that danced across the stone floor. Amin stood rigid, his fists clenched at his sides, as Mr. Bai's trembling hands hovered over the vial of oblivion spray, its silver liquid swirling like trapped moonlight.
You don't understand.
Mr. Bai said, his voice cracking.
If Cole remembers her, it will only hurt him more. She's gone. She's not coming back.
Cole's silver spots flickered faintly as he stepped closer to Amin, his tail stiff, his eyes wide with silent plea. Amin's jaw tightened.
You think erasing his memories will protect him? But what if it's the opposite? What if it's the only thing that keeps him connected to her?
Old Zal, who had been watching from the shrine's shadowed corner, finally moved forward, his weathered hands brushing against Cole's collar. The dog's spots dimmed, and the stone floor beneath them pulsed with a warm glow.
This place holds more than just memories.
Old Zal murmured, his voice low.
It holds echoes. And sometimes those echoes are the only thing that keeps a bond alive.
Amin's heart pounded as he looked down at Cole, who nuzzled his hand, his presence a quiet but unwavering show of trust. The collar around his neck pulsed again, and Amin felt a strange warmth spread through his chest. He had spent years searching for answers, but now, for the first time, he felt like he was finally on the right path. As the shrine's air shimmered, faint outlines of figures flickered into view. Lin Yoman, the first guardian, and a younger Mr. Bai, his face lined with the same sorrow that now plagued him. The vision faded, but the emotional weight lingered. Amin turned to Mr. Bai, his voice steady.
Then help me find her instead of trying to forget her.
Mr. Bai's grip on the vial tightened, his knuckles white.
I can't let the past haunt us.
He whispered. Amin took a step forward, his resolve hardening.
Then let's face it together.
Cole let out a soft whine, his tail curling around Amin's leg, and for the first time, Amin felt the full weight of the bond between them, not just as owner and pet, but as two souls tethered by a shared history. The shrine stones glowed faintly, as if in agreement, and Amin knew that whatever lay ahead, he would face it with Cole by his side. Amin's breath caught as old Zal's fingers traced the reception steel. The carvings glowing faintly before a small stone detached itself and floated toward them.
This is a memory stone.
Old Zal said, his voice filled with awe. Amin hesitated, his eyes flicking to Cole, who nuzzled his hand with a quiet urgency. The collar around the dog's neck pulsed, and Amin felt a strange warmth spread through his chest.
You saw it, didn't you?
Old Zal asked, his gaze steady. Amin nodded slowly, recalling the flickering images of Lin Loman and the younger Mr. Bai.
She wasn't just running away.
He whispered.
She was trying to find a way back.
Old Zal's eyes softened.
Then we have to find her.
He said. Cole let out a soft whine, his tail curling around Amin's leg. Amin looked down, his heart swelling with determination.
Let's go.
He said, his voice firm. As they stepped toward the shrine's exit, a sudden rustle in the undergrowth made Amin freeze. A small, mischievous fox darted out, its eyes gleaming with playful mischief.
Cole, stay.
Amin called, but the dog's tail wagged, and he bounded after the fox, barking with a mix of excitement and challenge. Amin groaned, chasing after him, his boots sinking into the damp earth.
Come back, you troublemaker.
He shouted, but Cole was already weaving through thorny bushes, his silver spots glowing faintly. The fox darted ahead, and Amin's heart raced as he scrambled after them, his breath coming in short gasps. Just as he reached a narrow stream, Coal paused, his tail flicking as if to say, asterisk.
Wait,
Asterisk. Amin hesitated, then knelt, watching the dog's nose twitch.
you think it's on the other side?
He asked, his voice tinged with amusement. Coal gave a short bark, then leapt over the stream, landing with a splash. Amin laughed, shaking his head.
You're impossible.
He muttered, but he followed, his boots splashing through the water. As they reached the far bank, the fox vanished, leaving only a trail of paw prints. Amin looked at Coal, who was now panting but grinning, his eyes bright with triumph.
You're a genius.
Amin said, ruffling the dog's fur. Coal wagged his tail, then nudged him toward the path ahead, his collar pulsing once more. Amin smiled, his resolve solidifying. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it with Coal by his side. Amin crouched low as he peered into the murky stream, its surface shimmering with silver light. Coal stood beside him, his silver star-like spots glowing faintly, his tail swishing with quiet anticipation.
We need to cross.
Amin said, his voice steady despite the chill in the air.
But the current's strong.
He glanced at Coal, who had already begun sniffing the stones along the bank.
You think you can handle it?
Coal let out a low whine, then trotted forward, his paws pressing firmly against the wet rocks. Amin hesitated, then stepped onto the nearest stone, his breath catching as the current tugged at his boots.
Hold on.
He muttered, gripping the edge of the rock. Coal nudged his leg, his eyes wide with encouragement.
I've got you.
Amin said, his voice firm. He took a step forward, the water surging around his ankles. Coal barked a sharp, determined sound, and suddenly the current seemed to shift, the water parting just enough for Amin to move.
You're amazing.
Amin said, his heart pounding. Coal wagged his tail, his spots flashing like constellations.
We're not done yet.
Amin added, his eyes scanning the path ahead. A rustle in the bushes made him freeze. A small, mischievous creature with fur like moss darted out, its eyes gleaming with playful malice.
Not today.
Amin said, stepping forward. The creature hissed, leaping towards Coal's tail. Amin lunged, catching the creature midair, his grip firm.
You're not getting past us.
He said, his voice a mix of challenge and laughter. Coal let out a triumphant bark, his tail curling around Amin's leg.
Teamwork.
Amin said, his smile widening. The creature wriggled, then let out a squeak of defeat, disappearing into the underbrush. Amin exhaled, his chest tight with exhilaration.
We're getting closer.
He whispered, his eyes meeting Coal's. The dog's ears twitched, and together they stepped forward, the shrine's path stretching ahead like a promise. Amin's breath hitched as Coal's growl reverberated through the forest, a low guttural sound that sent shivers down his spine. The ancient tree before them, gnarled and twisted with bark like cracked stone, seemed to pulse faintly, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered in the dim light. Coal's silver spots flared brighter, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the ground, where faint, glowing paw prints trailed from the tree toward the shrine. Amin's fingers tightened around the memory stone, its warmth seeping into his palm.
Why is he reacting to this tree?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Zhao knelt beside Coal, his hands brushing the air near the dog's collar, which had grown unbearably hot.
This tree isn't just old.
He said, his voice thick with reverence.
It's a marker. The first guardian left something here, a warning, maybe, or a guide. The symbols match the ones on the reception. Stay. This isn't just a relic. It's a bridge between the past and the present.
Amin's mind raced.
But why would Lin Weilman leave a warning here?
He pressed, his eyes darting between the tree and Coal, who now whined softly, his tail twitching as if sensing something just beyond their reach.
Maybe she didn't want to be forgotten.
Old Zhao murmured, his gaze distant.
Or maybe she wanted someone to find her.
The air grew heavy, the glowing spots on the forest floor pulsing in time with Coal's collar, as if the valley itself was holding its breath. Amin's heart pounded. He had to know what lay ahead. He had to find the truth. And with Coal's unshakable presence beside him, he knew they would face whatever came next together. Amin and Coal stepped cautiously along the glowing path, the shrine's ancient stones humming with a low, resonant energy. The air felt heavier here, thick with the scent of moss and something older's, something forgotten. Coal's tail stiffened as he paused, his silver spots flickering like distant stars. Ahead, a gnarled tree loomed, its bark etched with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. Coal growled low and warning, his collar suddenly heating against Amin's hand. The tree's roots twisted into the ground like grasping fingers, and strange, luminous spots flared around its base, casting eerie patterns on the walls. Amin knelt, brushing his fingers against the symbols.
These aren't just carvings.
He murmured, his voice trembling.
They're a map.
Old Zhao, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, his eyes narrowing.
This tree is a marker.
He said, his tone grave.
The first guardians left these signs to guide those who followed. But they also warned some paths lead to memories, others to loss.
Amin looked at Coal, who was now staring intently at the tree, his collar pulsing in time with the glowing spots.
What if this is where Lin Yumen disappeared?
Amin asked, his heart racing. Old Zal's expression darkened.
Then you'll have to decide whether you're ready to face what's waiting.
Amin's mind churned as he studied the symbols, his fingers tracing the edges of a paw print etched into the stone. The print was too large for any ordinary dog, its lines jagged and ancient. Coal let out a soft whine, nudging Amin's leg. The shrine's energy surged, and the path ahead shimmered, revealing a hidden cave entrance shrouded in mist. Amin's breath caught.
What if this is where she went?
He whispered. Coal's eyes met his, and for the first time, Amin saw not just loyalty, but a silent promise. Amin knelt beside the faded photo, his fingers trembling as he traced the edges of Lin Yoman's face, the rain outside, the shrine's broken roof drumming softly against the stone floor. Coal lay beside him, his silver spots dimmed by the dim light, his tail curled tightly around Amin's wrist, as if to anchor him to the present. The air smelled of damp earth and old parchment, and for a moment Amin forgot the weight of the past pressing down on him. He pressed his forehead to Coal's fur, feeling the dog's steady heartbeat against his skin.
You're still here.
He whispered, his voice cracking. Coal nuzzled his hand, his breath warm and steady, as if to say, asterisk, I will always be here, asterisk. Old Zhao's voice broke the quiet.
You think she left because she had to, but she stayed because she chose to. That's what guardians do.
Amin looked up, his eyes raw.
But What if I'm not strong enough?
He asked, his throat tight. Coal let out a low whine, his tail flicking once, a silent promise.
I'll be with you.
He murmured, his hand tightening around the photo. Inside, a flicker of fear stirred. What if he failed, like Lynn Lawman had? What if Cole's trust was misplaced? But then he felt the dog's fur against his palm, the warmth of his presence, and the fear softened into something else. Gratitude. The shrine's walls seemed to hum with the weight of unspoken stories, and Amin knew, with aching certainty, that this journey was no longer just about finding Lynn Romanit, was about holding on to the bond that had already been forged. As the rain outside faded to a distant murmur, he looked down at Cole, who was watching him with eyes that held the same quiet determination as the first guardian, and for the first time he felt ready. Amin's trembling fingers brushed the edges of the faded photo, the scent of dried flowers lingering in the air like a ghost of the past. Cole's silver spots flickered faintly as he nuzzled Amin's hand, his tail curling tightly around his leg, as if anchoring him to the present. The shrine's dim light cast long shadows across the stone floor, but the warmth of Cole's presence was a steady beacon.
You were with her.
Amin whispered, his voice cracking.
All this time you've been carrying her memory.
Cole let out a soft whine, his eyes reflecting the glow of the memory stone, and Amin felt a surge of gratitude mixed with fear. What if this bond was fragile, like the petals of the flower on the photo? Old Zal's voice broke through the silence.
This isn't just a memory, it's a promise. She left to protect the valley, but she never stopped loving you.
Amin's breath hitched.
Then I won't let her sacrifice be in vain.
Cole's collar pulsed in time with his heartbeat, and Amin pressed his forehead to the dog's fur, the weight of the past and the urgency of the future pressing against him.
We'll find her.
He vowed, his voice steady now.
Together.
Mr. Bye's footsteps echoed in the corridor, his silhouette framed by the shrine's archway.
You don't understand what you're risking?
He said, his voice tight with desperation.
Erasing the past is the only way to save him.
Amin stood, Cole's paw resting on his ankle, and met his gaze.
Then help me remember.
He said.
Because if we forget, we'll lose more than just her.
The shrine trembled as if in agreement, and the path ahead glowed brighter, the star spring's light waiting to be awakened.